Okay.
You good?
Is everyone at the desk
You
now?
good? It looks like it. What is it? Yeah, I'll just grab that. Good morning and welcome to today's committee meeting with the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. Thank you very much for being with us. We have 4 public hearings on legislation being proposed to our group, but prior to that, what I'll do is we're going to introduce ourselves and then we'll get started. So my name's Joe Rafferty. I represent Senate District 34 down in York County.
Good morning. I'm Kelly Murphy. I represent House District 125, which is part of Scarborough.
That's fine. I don't care. That's fine.
Good morning, Jan Dodge, House District 39, Belfast, Northport, and Belmont. Welcome.
Good morning, Christina Mitchell, Long Island, Shibig Island, and Cumberland.
Good morning, Sheila Lyman, District 76, which is Livermore Falls J in Livermore.
Hi, Kim Hagan. I represent District 36, Hamden, Newburgh.
Good morning. My name is Holly Sargent and I represent District 147, the town of York.
Michael, she's got the link, so when he pops up, I can have him introduce himself.
Okay. We do have one of our members going to join us shortly online, but the link was just sent to him, so I'm going to move forward, and then when I get notice that he's with us, we'll have him introduce himself. So before we start today, we have a little bit of business that spill over from yesterday, and I will ask Representative Lyman if she would be willing to make a motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just like to make a motion for reconsideration of the bill LD 2014, please.
Second.
A motion's been made to relook at LD 2014. That was voted on yesterday. And Tuesday. This is an act to update the funding method for career and technical education programs. This motion's been made, it's been seconded. All those in favor of reconsider, please raise your hand. So it is unanimous to reconsider. And I will ask, we'll have to have our committee clerk record the vote for reconsideration on LD 2014. The original vote, there were 10 of us present. It was 9-1. Ought not to pass. So you want to make that motion?
Oh, we're
Oh,
good. To have the new vote, right?
The new
Motion for ought.
ought not to pass.
Yeah.
So I make a motion that we ought not to pass LD 2014.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor of an ought not to pass on LD 2014, raise your hand. Thank you. Any opposed? So we have 7-0. Thank you very much, Representative Lyman. So then we'll move forward. We have this will be the order in terms of our public hearings today. LD 2050 will be first, 2111 will be second, 2114 will be third, and 2052 will be batting cleanup. All right. So that said, I'll open the public hearing on LD 2050, which is an act to dissolve the Great Salt Bay Community School District. And Representative Crafts, good morning and welcome. Thank you.
Good morning, Senator Rafferty, Representative Murphy, and members of the Education Committee. I'm Representative Lydia Crafts of House District 46, and I'm here providing testimony in support of LD 2050, an act to dissolve the Great Salt Bay Community School District. In 2025, the towns of Newcastle, Bremen, and Damerscott voted to, I'm going to try to get all the language correct, withdraw from AOS 93, and they established RSU 48. As a result of that, the Great Salt Bay Community School District remained an entity that was not dissolved at that time. And this was brought to me by Lindsay Johnston, the RSU 48's superintendent, and the Department of Education, requesting that this legislation clean up this leftover entity that remains as a result of this withdrawal and recreation. I'd be happy to answer any questions that anyone has.
Any questions from the committee? Hearing none. No, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. Well, okay, thank you.
Good morning, Senator Rafferty, Representative Murphy, and esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Courtney Balolan. I am here today representing the department and speaking in support of LD 2050, an act to dissolve the Great Salt Bay Community School District. This bill is necessary in order to dissolve the Great Salt Bay Community School District since they have formed a regional school unit. This emergency legislation closes a legislative gap that will ensure the reorganization is complete. I'm happy to answer any questions and will be available for the work session.
Any questions of Director? Yes, Representative Hagan.
Thank you. So just so that I can learn,
Sure.
what does this mean fiscally?
Absolutely nothing.
But I mean, is that, it's for the actual, to create a, I'm just not familiar with creating a new RSU.
Sure, that all happens at the local level, and it's the fiscal decision. Often those decisions are made because there would be some kind of fiscal benefit to the reorganization. But it is all handled at the local level. There is a voting process, so members of the municipalities involved are aware. And generally, a bill like this does not come to the committee. The reason why it does, or it did this time, if you remember earlier this week when I was talking about RSUs and unions, we actually did pass a bill that allows community school districts to dissolve, but this particular district got caught in the gray area between when that bill passed and was signed and when legislation became law. So there's 90 days. So they were stuck in that 90-day period. So that's the only reason why something like this is coming before you. Normally you wouldn't, you might hear about it in the news or you would know about it locally. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Any other questions? Thank you, Director.
Of course.
Is there anyone else in the room that would like to speak in support of the legislation? Anyone that would like to speak in opposition? Anyone to speak neither for nor against? Apparently, we've heard all testimony
In the room.
in the room, and I do have Lindsay Johnston online. Good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Rafferty, Representative Murphy, and members of the Educational and Cultural Affairs Committee. I am Lindsay Johnston, current superintendent of RSU 48, and I also was the superintendent of the Great Salt Bay Consolidated School District and the 3 secondary municipal entities that joined together to form RSU 48. In addition to what Lydia and Courtney have stated this morning, I just did want to confirm that it was discussed publicly at every meeting that this reformation would dissolve the CSD, or that was our intent, and that voters approved this with the intent of the CSD disappearing in order to benefit from the RSU instead. So I urge you to support this as well, and thank you for your time listening to me.
Thank you. Thanks for being with us. Any questions of Superintendent Johnston? Seeing and hearing none, thank you very much. Have a good day. So we've, I believe, have heard from all testimony. And yes, Representative Dodge,
I move we go directly to work session, please, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
motion's been made to go to work session. Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor of going to work session, raise your hand. Any opposed? So it is unanimous for those present. So we will open a work session on LD 2050, which is an act to dissolve the Great Salt Bay Community School District. I would entertain a motion if there is any discussion.
I move, we vote to pass on LD 2050.
Second?
Motion's been made to vote in support of the legislation. Motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor, would you please raise your hand? Thank you. Any opposed? It is unanimous of those present that to support LD 2050, an act to dissolve the Great Salt Bay Community School District. Thank you very much. So we'll close that work session. We will, I still don't see Michael here. I'll open our next hearing will be, I had them in order, there we go, 2111. We are going to open a public hearing on LD 2111, which is an act to amend the charter of the Booth Bay Harbor Community School District. Sure, I think we're getting a new amendment.
Yes.
So committee members are going to receive an amendment that apparently was somewhere missed along the line this morning. So this is, oh, this is not the amendment. This is the testimony. Where's the amendment?
Did you just?
Okay. Hold on.
I have.
Is that
Shall
the
I,
amendment?
can I approach?
Sure. Yeah, we can circulate it from there. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll wait for those to
Sure.
get around.
So as I was saying, there is an amendment coming to you. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Senator Rafferty, Representative Murphy, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Representative Holly Stover, and I'm honored to represent House District 48. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today as the sponsor of LD 2111, an act to amend the charter of the Booth Bay Harbor Community School District. I introduced this charter amendment proposal after conversations with local officials, some who have kindly traveled here today to share some brief history and discuss why this bill is important to our community. In short, we are simply seeking to clarify the roles and responsibilities of the Board of Trustees and the school committee in order to ensure good governance and stewardship of our local district, both now and into the future. Specifically, LD 2011 clarifies that the Board of Trustees is responsible for acting as the governing body overseeing buildings and facilities and provides detail on how the board and school committee will work together on budget matters. I would be happy to answer questions that you may have for me. However, the local officials here today can share more details about the proposal and may be best positioned to answer your questions. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Anyone have a question? Yes, Representative Hagan?
Thank you. Do I ask you or the people coming up about, I studied the original bill, and so I was hoping, since I don't have time to
Mhm.
right now to discern the changes that are made, is there someone that can describe how the amendment changes?
One of the trustees is here who can, but I'll say simply that this is really correcting. We had a 2023 amendment, and there was there's a discrepancy in language in that 23 that we're asking for a change from the word may to shall, which has a different meaning when it comes to the trustees in order to understand better what they have governance over. That's the most significant change in this amendment.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
Any other questions? Hearing none. Thanks
Thank
very
you.
much for your testimony. And again, so we will continue. Anyone that wishes to speak in support of the legislation, please step forward. And there is a sign up sheet for you. Please, if you would, fill in the information as you approach the podium.
Do you want to wait for her to get those
Well,
first?
while we're waiting, I noticed that a committee member has joined us by Zoom, and I would ask Representative Brennan if you would be kind to introduce yourself, please.
Thank you, Senator Rafferty. My name's Michael Brennan. I represent District 115, which is part of Portland.
Thank you very much for joining us, sir.
Good morning, Senator Rafferty, Representative Murphy, and members of the committee. I am Sewell Maddox Jr. I'm here today speaking as an 8th generation citizen of Boothbay Harbor, 1979 graduate of a high school, same for my wife and 3 sons, the chair of the Boothbay Harbor CSD Board of Trustees, and I am here to support LD 2111 to be amended in the work session. In 2023, the Charter Revision LD 1753 removed local law and created confusion. When I asked the superintendent about trustees' duties, he said trustees were only responsible for buildings and grounds. There were no guidelines, no bylaws, no policies, no mission statement, nothing for the trustees. I went back to the original 1953 charter. Section 2 said, trustees' power and limitations, all affairs of said district. Except education, teachers' curriculum, terms of school, that was clear. Trustees on the business side, committee on the classroom side. The 23 change swapped that for vague may act language. It blurred lines. Who handled what, when? Town officials and Representative Stover were not aware that this had happened, and it was not the intent. LD 2111 fixes it. The amendments made it mandatory. Trustees shall handle reserve funds, facilities budgets, non-institutional capital purchases. Trustees prepare the capital and facilities portions, and the committee handles the operating. Both boards collaborate on both joint bylaws overlaps. This is not diminishing roles. It is restoring clarity. Clear roles mean better accountability, less conflict, and more focus on the students in the community. Strong governance means strong schools, and I urge you to support LD 2111 to be amended in the work session. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions from members of the committee? Yes, Representative Lyman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This should probably be obvious, but it's not, and I apologize. I guess I'm concerned or I have a question about the delineation of the trustees and the committee. So could you clarify that for me?
That is basically or exactly what we're trying to do, to get a clear delineation between the trustees and the committee.
So you have an established school board that's,
There is an established CSD committee, which is this committee, it's a school board or a school committee, and there's established board of trustees.
So this bill is having job descriptions different for the trustees and the school board, or what you're referring to as the committee?
Yes,
So then I apologize, but it's the same question. I'm just trying to get clarification. Is that okay?
Sure, yeah.
So I guess I'm trying to understand, I'm assuming, which can be a bad thing, that there must have been some conflict between what the committee was doing and the need to clarify for the separation of decisions between the trustees and the committee. Is that correct?
very much so. There has been conflict on which board or the board and committee, what responsibility was. It appears for years. And the 23 charter change 1753 blurred that more so, and unintentionally. And this is to restore that and have a clean division between the responsibilities of the committee with the education of the children, picking the teachers, their salaries, terms of study, and all matters pertaining to the education of the children or education of the students. The trustees will be buildings and grounds in non-educational capital affairs, and where there'll be overlapping of duties. It states in LD 2111 that there'll be joint policies and bylaws written between the two committees, a board and the committees, to address that.
Thank you. So for work session, I'd be interested in knowing, because this is I don't know, maybe I'm missing something, but this is the first time I'm hearing a conversation of a board of trustees, and I'm used to hearing of school boards making the decisions in regards to these matters as a unified board. So for work session, I'd like to have an understanding of how many of our schools are in that situation where there's a delineation of job between the a trustees group and a committee or school board group. That's just new conversation.
That's a very good question, Mrs. Lyman. Boothbay Harbor CSD is, I don't know exactly, but one of 2 or 3 schools left in the state that still have a board of CSD committee or a school committee and a board of trustees. And it's one of the remaining ones. And most of the schools follows this chapter 20-105 school state guidelines and stuff, and the local law is so it has created confusion for a long time, and that's the intent of this, is to have a good, clear division of responsibilities so everybody knows what side of the road they're on to go forward and function as two productive.
Thank you. So you're
groups.
answering that question for me, that it's
Yeah,
very few that have the
Yes.
structure.
yeah,
Okay.
very few.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Sargent?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here today. I'm sorry, in Representative Stover's presentation or yours, you may have already answered this. Are the members of the Board of Trustees elected or appointed?
They are elected town officials. Yes.
They are in the
3-year
same,
terms.
in the same way as the school board. I mean,
Correct. Correct.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Representative Hagan and Representative Lyman.
Thank you. You may have answered this, but that was my concern. I'm not familiar with this setup as well. Because my concern would be, does the changes that are being proposed in this bill take away from, local control of the citizens being able to vote and make the same choices that they would have before this change was made?
That local vote, as you speak about on referendums and what have you, was inside of LD 1753, and that hasn't been changed. The locals, that this 2111 is almost solely regarding duties and responsibilities of the Board of Trustees in the school committee, in section 5 of the charter. Excuse me, section 3 of the charter, and section 5 has a little bit of verbiage that we worked on, but it is not being edited at all. And that may be some confusion that is in this update to be done in a work session.
Okay.
If I answered that correctly.
I think so. I'm still learning. So can you explain to me, like, so it sounds like you're delineating the jobs.
Responsibilities.
So by accepting this proposal, what responsibilities does the Board of Trustees take away from the school board?
That's a good question. It was agreed on by both before the boards moved forward to the towns. There was 4 towns that voted on this. Both the school committee and the Board of Trustees met and agreed on the language within this. So there was 2 boards that voted unanimously to agree. And then we met with the towns and they both voted unanimously. And we feel that we have done, or the boards feel is pretty clear. It's the CSD committee is education, all education, the hiring of teachers, the fixing of the salary, the courses of study, the terms of the school year, and other matters pertaining to the education of the children. And the trustees are buildings and grounds and management of the funds, balances, and other non-educational capital expenses is pretty much. And then where there's questions or some joint things on, is this educational, non-educational? It states in the local law of this charter change that the committee and the trustees will work together, creating bylaws to answer these parts that are overlapping and how it will be handled.
Thank you. So you're saying that all 4 towns agree that this would be a good thing?
There's 2
Two
towns.
But they both agree.
School committee and the Board of
Right.
Trustees and the town of Boothbay and the town of Boothbay Harbor.
And they're in agreeance upon this.
Correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Wyman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So clarifying, you're saying that the school committee are in agreement with the changes in this bill?
Yes.
So the board and the committee want to see this happen. There aren't I'm guessing that there was some impact in why you wanted this change made.
The vote for the budget last year's, the trustees' vote for the budget didn't even count because of the rules or the way 1753, LD 1753 was written. And there was ambiguities. It wasn't, when you speak as far as buildings and grounds, the 1753 charter stated that the Board of Trustees shall work on buildings and grounds in consultation with the school committee. And where that charter change in 23 erased all affairs of said district with the trustees' duties. They went from all affairs of said district to the vote didn't count, and they weren't even buildings and grounds. They were buildings and grounds in consultation with the CSD committee. So if the CSD didn't really want something to happen, the trustees were doing, you got to go into consultation and it has to be agreed upon. There was clear confusion and vagueness and misunderstanding, and this is to fix that.
Representative Dodge?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here.
Yes.
So, I'm all for clearing up confusion. Do we
Sure.
have any other CSDs in the state? You may not be able to answer this, who were negatively affected by LD 1753 that should also be corrected at this time?
LD 1753 was an act to amend the charter of Boothbay Harbor School.
So just
From-
you guys?
it was just-
We don't have
just-
any other outliers?
Correct.
Great, thank you so.
Representative Bagshaw, did you have your hand up? No. Oh, I'm sorry. That's okay, no problem. I'm not seeing or hearing any other questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
For anyone else who would like to speak in support of the legislation? Anyone like to speak in opposition? Anyone that would like to speak neither for nor against? Then we will close the public hearing on LD 2111 at this time. And I would take a moment, Senator, if you'd like to introduce yourself before we get into our next hearing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm James Libby. I represent Senate District 22, coming directly from my employer this morning. Sorry, a little bit tardy. Take care.
And Representative Bagshaw.
Hi, Representative Barbara Bagshaw, District 106. I was out shoveling my driveway this morning.
Thank you. So we are going to open our next public hearing. This will be on LD 2114. I gotta put all my paperwork in the right one here.
Safe drive. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Murphy.
Good morning, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. I'm Representative Kelly Murphy, and I represent House District 125, which is part of Scarborough. I'm here today to introduce a bill for the Department of Education, LD 2114, an act regarding public preschool programs serving children who are 3 years of age. This bill updates definitions, specifies allowable costs, and distinguishes between subsidizable pupils for the purpose of essential programs and services. The Maine Department of Education will present testimony on this bill, and I respectfully request that you defer any specific questions regarding the content to them. I will state that this limits, it's not all 3-year-olds for public preschool. It's only 3-year-olds who are also identified as having a disability that could be subsidized for public pre-K. So it's not all 3-year-olds. It's just limited to those that are identified. And I look forward to working with you on this matter. I will take any questions you have for me.
Senator Libby.
Thank you. Good morning, Representative.
Good
How are you?
morning. Wonderful. How are you?
Good. So when we say public, that's the part that I'm trying to figure out, because I hear that some of the school systems are forming alignments with private
Mhm.
pre-K for 3 and 4-year-olds in their efforts to abide by the law and achieve faith.
Mhm.
And I'm just trying to figure out from this, it keeps saying public, but those are private. So how are we sorting that out in the law?
So that would be part of the mixed delivery system that we talked about
Right, yeah.
in the previous session with the Department of Education taking over FAPE, like you said, for the 4-year-olds. Not every district has space in their schools to provide the
That's what's
services.
happening, yeah.
So they are contracting with private preschool providers, childcare facilities where students may already be. And this would include also the 3-year-olds if they're identified
as having a disability, that they could also be subsidizable by the state.
May I follow up?
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Chairman, thank you so much. So in the subsidy that's being provided, is that kind of an all-inclusive thing? I mean, so for example, does it include insurance?
I wouldn't know the answer to that. This would be strictly for, I believe, their cost of education for each individual
Yeah, I
student.
mean, because we're getting into like this circumstance where I'm just trying to figure it out, right? Like where we are entering into, these are private contracts. I'm not sure how much light we can shine on them. And I'm wondering exactly what, I'm sure the department will have more information on that, but that, so I'm kind of more bringing it up
Yeah.
than I am anything else. I really appreciate you forwarding this bill. I know this responsibility here is important. So, but that's one thing I hope that we'll think about is, okay, well, what is in the contracts or am I off base, you know?
No, yeah, I think that's great. And I think that will be whenever we can pull together a public pre-K bigger bill, that those would be things we would absolutely discuss. And I'm sure the department can probably already answer your question, as they are already probably doing some of these with the pilot SAUs that have already taken on FAPE for the 4-year-olds. So
Any other questions? Representative Sargent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for this wonderful bill and for those who are working on it. Am I correct in assuming that the mixed delivery system that I know is happening in many, many places really is also partially intended to keep alive and make sustainable some of the daycare providers that have been in existence for a long time, and that the state's entry into this important field of providing for pre-K doesn't then have unintended consequences of having all of these things closed.
correct. And I you know, that is, I think, the goal of everybody to maintain the childcare facilities we already have, as we know that more and more are closing all over the state. I don't know that that's the direct intention of this, but it is a result. It would allow some of those students to stay where they are, but also receive services.
Representative Hagan.
Thank you. So if you can answer this for me, so I was a little thrown off by the private thing because everything in here is talking public. So it's, what I'm reading is that, so will kids be going to a public school with all the other grades?
No, I think it very much depends on each SAU, and I think the department can answer that more fully for you.
So like if there's if like, say my district has a pre-K with 4-year-olds, so they would not, the 3-year-olds would not be joining those 4-year-olds?
I don't want to answer that because I don't know the technicalities of what they are envisioning for that. So I don't know. Because right now, as CDS, the responsibility for FAPE was already moving over for 4-year-olds. I believe within that legislation, 3-year-olds, the families could choose where they receive services, and the department can correct me if I'm wrong on that one, but I thought that was part of the legislation from last year.
That's what I'm remembering.
Yeah, so I don't know that this would be different, but again, I think that's a question that the department can answer.
I guess I'm a little confused and I can ask again,
Mhm.
but we're saying that a 3-year-old that's not identified with a disability
Right,
can,
is not subsidizable by the
but they
state.
can participate.
They can at their own cost.
So they would not, so they would be going
Wherever the family chooses for them to attend, but the state wouldn't subsidize their tuition.
all right, thank you.
Yes, Representative Mitchell and Representative Bagshaw.
Thank you, Senator. I just want to reiterate what Rep. Stover said. Not Rep. Stover.
The
I
other
do.
Holly S.
Well, I saw the other Holly, Madam Holly. At any rate, I want to reiterate what she said because I was listening to her. And confirm with you that this bill builds on the relationships the schools already have and the contracts they already have. And the current childcare providers in the communities will not be shut down or closed or affected. This is to improve that It's not going to change any of that. It's going to improve it. So when services are needed, they will continue to get the public services as needed for the children that need it.
I'm going to let the department expound on that further. I just want
Alright.
to make sure I'm not saying things that are not 100% accurate.
Perfect. I'll ask them. Thank you.
Representative Bagshaw?
I was trying to look up the LD number from a couple years ago, that was it Child Development Services for Special Purpose Daycare 0 to 5. And is this related to that? And I wanted to find out if it was like, I think we allotted 17 million for that originally. And then I think there was another bill coming back for more money last year. And
I don't know the particulars of the financing, so that the department hopefully can answer that for you.
okay, is it related to that Child Development Service?
Well,
you
that
know,
was,
diagnosis?
that was specifically talking about school districts taking over the responsibility for 4-year-olds.
Yeah.
And, you know, how districts would do it would be up to them because not everyone has space in a school building in their community. So the mixed delivery and all that.
So it's related to that?
I mean, these are also preschoolers with disabilities. So yes, it would, I think, attach to that, but I'm going to let the department explain it fully for you.
I'll ask some more questions from them then. Thanks.
Okay.
Senator?
Yeah, same here. I think what I'm going to do is ask the department, but I want to just point out I'm looking for a definition of startup funding.
Mhm.
So in the bill where it appears a couple of times, I'm looking for specifics on exactly what we're talking about.
Mhm.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep, that's fair. I don't know that it's in here either, and hopefully the department can illuminate us.
Thank you so much.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we will hear from the department next. Thank you.
On?
It is.
Okay. The red threw me. Good morning, Senator Rafferty, Representative Murphy, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Leon Larson, and I'm here today representing the department, speaking in support of LD 2114, an act regarding public preschool programs serving children who are 3 years of age. This bill expands the definition of public preschool to include a program that provides instruction to children who are 3 years old. In addition, the bill clarifies that state funding for 3-year-olds only applies to those identified for special education. The decision to include and responsibility to fund non-identified 3-year-olds in public preschool is entirely at the discretion of a local school administrative unit. As responsibility for the provision of early childhood special education for children ages 3 to 5 transitions from child development services to school administrative units, it is necessary to ensure statute pertaining to the provision of public preschool includes allowability for SAUs to serve children 3 years of age. As SAUs plan for the provision of education for 3-year-olds with identified special education needs, they are exploring a range of options within the early childhood mixed delivery system in their catchment areas, including but not limited to development of preschool programs inclusive of 3-year-olds identified and not identified for special education. Additionally, should opportunities to access grant funding to support SAUs with development of preschool programming that includes 3-year-olds become available, updates to statute addressed in this bill will make this allowable. The Department of Education is in support of LD
2114, an act regarding public preschool programs serving children who are 3 years of age. I'm happy to answer any questions the committee may have, and I will be available for the work sessions on this bill.
Thank you. And I know we'll have some questions. Senator Libby?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, my first question that I have is unrelated to anything we've talked about so far is within these contracts, is that where we're determining, who will determine the eligibility for special needs? Who will determine, would it be a teacher in the elementary school, or are there going to be people that are ready, willing, and able at the preschool to determine whether, because, you know, one of the problems that we have is I just say it right out, over identification of students with, you know, and we need to make sure that the money gets to students where it's needed. And so who will conduct those tests? And how will that be paid for? Because you're talking about, if it's from the school, you got to send people off site to these new sites that we're contracting with.
Yeah. So this particular bill is not addressing the identification of children with special needs. This is about being sure that statute makes it allowable for children 3 years of age to be included in public pre-K programming in our state.
But they have to be identified.
Right. And so there is a process for that happens
No, there
through
isn't.
through our Early Childhood Special Education Services Division and the IEP process that follows federal guidelines that are
Yeah.
expected to be applied
Then
when
it's going
making
to
that
have to be somebody from the
determination.
school.
Right. There's an IEP team within the school as the transition
I'm aware.
happens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they're going to have to do off-site visits that they don't do now. And is that funding included in here?
There's no funding included in
Well,
this.
this is
particular bill.
authorizing, though, some funding down the road, no?
No, it's.
I'm reading it wrong?
Yeah, there's funding already authorized for early childhood special education services for children 3 to 5 years of age. This is just making it allowable for a school system that would like to serve children who are not identified for special education services at their own cost in their public preschool programs.
What is, back to the earlier question, what is the definition of startup funding? I don't quite
So-
understand it in here.
Yes, so in the current statute, startup funding generally applies to any grant funding that the Department of Education might be able to secure to be able to provide to schools to help them support getting preschool programming off the ground. Currently, the statute says that that is for children 4 years of age. This bill would allow that to expand so that if the department was able to secure funding, grant funding, to support that work in school administrative units, that it could include 3-year-olds.
Representative Bagshaw, then Representative Lyman.
Okay, I'm going to ask the question again. I have a couple questions. Is this related to the bill that we had a couple years ago for, I think it was, we funded it, I could be wrong, 17 million. And then last year they came back for more money. And I believe that the original, that bill had language from 0 to 5, and maybe you guys were focusing on something 4 years old and up, but, and I was concerned about it becoming something that would diagnose for dollars, and it was like 7,000 per student. So I have concerns. Do you have concerns? Senator Libby perhaps expressed some concerns that we'd be over-diagnosing and, you know, and then we're segregating children with special needs from regular, I don't know what, you know, just children that are 3 years old. And the department is expanding to encompass all things. And do you have concerns that we're going to be able to take this on where we're currently, our test scores for older kids are just still not being addressed, that they're failing with the NAEP scores. So do you think you're biting off more than you can chew? And how much is this going to cost. If we've already invested that much, they came back last year for more, and this is, I don't even know how much we're asking for. So I guess I'm gonna have to ask that question and want to see how much money you're asking for.
In this particular bill,
Mhm.
we're not asking for any money.
Okay, so how is this
That-
gonna?
This is simply to adjust statute to make it allowable for us to be serving students who are 3 years of age through public pre-K. The bill that is making the transfer of responsibility from child development services to the public school systems is already received funding to support that transition. This would allow that if a school system wanted to include other 3-year-olds at their own cost, that they would be able to do that
Their own cost, you mean taxpayer funded from the
Exactly.
local town?
from the local town.
Yeah.
If they were to decide that that was a direction that they wanted to move in
Okay, do you agree that this is gonna cost more money to expand?
to the state,
Yeah, to the state and to the local. I mean, this is our,
if a local school system were to choose to educate 3-year-olds that are not identified for special education, they will have to pay for that on their own. But they don't have to do that. This is just making it allowable if they would like to do that.
do you think it would be a good idea to put that to the taxpayer if we're gonna ask them to absorb that? Maybe it could be a referendum question.
I think that's a decision that the local school system has to make for themselves.
Representative Lyman, I believe, and then it was Representative Dodge and Representative Hagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for clarification, I'm hearing you say that this LD is specifically to say that 3-year-olds can be placed within, it's not in statute yet, that 3-year-olds can be placed within the public school. Am I hearing you
That's-
correctly?
Correct.
So I have many questions sorry,
Sorry, in the general education statute,
exactly.
that's
So this prompts so many questions for me, which I will not insert now, but I want to, for those that can help clarify, it has direct correlation to Senator Libby's expression of what we're using for diagnosis of children. It has direct correlation to Representative Bagshaw's connection to, the cost and what fiscal responsibilities. I'm concerned that I'm hearing, and I know because I was here, of bills that that have been passed with some huge money amounts. And this just seems like this should have already been in place prior to, and I see Director Malone. So, okay, I'll be quiet.
Hello, everyone. Director Malone, Courtney Malone, Director of Policy and Government Affairs. So there is some confusion around this bill. And I'm just going to step in and take over the job at the moment. So this bill is a specific language change. Currently, there are SAUs that are interested in including general ed 3-year-olds as part of their public preschool program because as a result of the CDS transfer, which is a separate bill and while related, really a separate topic from this particular bill. We know that it is best practice for students with IEPs to be instructed in a general ed classroom with their typically developing peers, which is why SAUs who are interested in standing up more inclusive programs so that their 3-year-olds with IEPs who are part of the CDS program are interested in having statute clear that that is allowable. This bill change simply makes it clear in statute that 3-year-olds can be a part of public preschool programs. The determinations around identification through the CDS system, which begins at birth through 2, continues 3 through 5, is completely unrelated to this bill. All of the funding for that is handled through CDS. You will get extensive reports in about a month. And at that time, we can have more in-depth discussions around CDS and the identification process. As you all heard last session, when we went through the transition for CDS, we do believe that transitioning CDS to the schools and having a much more focused identification process will ultimately result in lowered special education rates as those students and FAPE is handled by the schools. You have also heard from your constituents, I'm sure, as it has come up earlier, about concerns around mixed delivery system and the sustainability of private providers. That is a problem that we are aware of. It is not new because of this bill. That was a problem and a situation we have been investigating and working with our partners in DHHS, on the Children's Cabinet, and with our private providers to make sure that moving forward, all of this is attended to. It's highly complicated. This bill, again, is one step towards figuring out all of that. The language change that we're requesting is needed to even move forward with any other discussions or considerations about how best to set up and improve our system. So I'm going to respectfully request that questions about this bill right now stay to that bill. I am happy to collect afterwards questions around CDS and identification of 3-year-olds that we can discuss at a later time.
Yes. Yes.
And thank you, Director Boland. I appreciate that. And I guess my position is going to be, you're saying that it's simply a language change. But the one thing I've learned in 5 years here is language change has great impact.
Of course.
So I feel very strongly that potentially we should table consideration of this bill until we get the further reports back on the whole clarifications that we need in this very complex child development process. And so I don't see this as a simple matter. I see this as we need to be very cautious. And I'm looking at testimony saying people that are saying, please, please consider thoughtfully. And I think in order to do that, we need to have all the information. Thank you.
I have Representative Dodge, Representative Hagan, and Representative Bagshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Director Boland. Thank you. My question is around the timeframe of choice. That communities may very well say, we don't want to do this.
Yes.
But I can't remember the specifics of how long the choice is, and is there an end cap on now you must include 3-year-olds?
So you're speaking to the CDS transition.
Yes.
And the must is about inclusion of 3-year-olds with IEPs.
Yes.
And that is the 2028 school year is the last year of the transition.
28, 29 or 27, 28?
I would want to go back and actually double check to count backwards and make sure we have the correct dates. Yeah.
So a follow-up? So is the Department of Education of the opinion that not only is this language necessary, but this will give us the chance to, with those school districts that choose to see how things go?
Yes.
At a lower number?
Yes.
About identification and all of that. Oh, this went well, or these are things that still would need to be adjusted while we're only doing it with a few school districts. Is that a correct understanding?
To be clear, yes, and to be clear, the inclusion of 3-year-olds with IEPs, we are in the phase 2 year, and we're coming up onboarding our phase 3. So there's a significant number of SAUs who have figured this out and are figuring this out with their identified 3-year-olds, the CDS population. There are districts who are working through figuring out how to expand to include general ed 3-year-olds, non-identified 3-year-olds. And at their request, because statute does not clearly say 3-year-olds, we are requesting adding the 3-year-olds. So it is a local decision to include general 3-year-olds into their pre-K program. It is a local decision if they do that, if they need to use partnerships or if they have space in their own buildings. And it is not required that school districts bring on the general ed 3-year-olds. This bill does not add any additional requirements to SAUs.
Thank you so much.
I have Representative Hagan.
Thank you. You'll have to be patient with me because I don't have any experience in this, so I
Always
just need
am.
to ask some clarifying
Sure.
questions, if you don't mind. Because last year was my first year hearing about the CDS stuff. I previously asked if these identified students would be joining like a preschool and a public school. And I was said no, so I don't know how the non-special ed students go to the public school.
So the answer is it depends. So there are some SAUs that have the physical space to stand up pre-K programs in their existing buildings. So in that case, that's where one might say that the identified 3-year-olds may go to a public school. The reality is that many SAUs do not have physical space in their schools. And so that's where the mixed delivery system comes in. And that's contracting through MOUs guided by legislation that was passed in previous session about the CDS transition that allows for the SAUs to contract with private providers. And in that case, while the students are technically attending a public preschool program, the program may be taking place at a different location, such as a childcare provider or a local preschool.
And then these non-special ed students would also attend that facility.
That is part of the decision that a local SAU would make.
So, and then my last question, I'm still hung up, I'm hearing that there's no cost, but I'm looking at the summary of the bill and it talks about allowing startup funds. So I'm confused on who's providing those startup funds, how much are we talking about? What do the startup funds cover?
Sure. So as Director Leanne mentioned, Director Larson mentioned, that the language in the bill allows for the provision that should funding become available, that funding could be used to cover general ed 3-year-olds. In general, startup funding can be used, and it often depends on how the grant is written, what the allowable costs are. But in general, allowable costs are things like classroom materials, classroom furniture, if you can picture what you might need, the cute little desks, what you might need to stand up a kindergarten classroom, pre-K classroom. It's usually for those kinds of things. Now, different grants written differently may allow for some structural changes. For example, bathrooms, right? We tend to put bathrooms in the pre-K classrooms or things like that, or doors to the outside, or perhaps changes to a playground. Those are all other things that could be considered startup costs depending on how the grant is written.
And I'm sorry, just one last thing. So, and I'm very literal sometimes. So when I'm reading in the actual summary of the bill, it's describing allowing startup costs to operate preschool programs for children who are 3 years of age and identified with a disability.
It says and identified.
Yes.
So when I'm working with people up in the department and we're looking at bills, I often give the advice to skim the summary and focus on the language of the bill. Because I have found that while a revisor's office are incredible, the nuances are not always caught in a summary.
Well, within the bill itself, it also says that.
So it's
in the subsection, A, yes, in the bill. I have it on my computer, so that's kind of a little misleading. So I guess I would have, there's some
the intent, we and I will go back between now and work session to make sure the language is accurate. The intention is that to be inclusive, so that it's not limited to just 3-year-olds with IEPs, should the funding become available and an SAU is interested in standing up a general three-year-old program.
Yeah, that would be very helpful because it's misleading.
Okay, we'll
The way
look at the
way
language
it's
and
written.
see
So that's
if
why
it
I
can be
would have
fixed.
to agree that maybe we should table it so we can get it perfect. Thank you.
Thankfully, it's a public hearing today.
Representative Bagshaw.
Thank you. I just, I have several questions and use the word significant amount of SAUs have requested this. So I would like a list of all the SAUs that have requested this. And don't we have Head Start for that age? And I also would like to table this. I understand we have a 5-to-8 ratio of Republicans to Democrats on this committee, but this is a serious change that's going to cost a lot of money eventually. So I would like the majority party to take serious my two colleagues' request, and I was already leaning for that. I would like to see that report before we move forward to a work session.
I would like to clarify that I did not say that a significant number of SAUs have asked for this. What I said is that there are the SAUs that are standing up the 3-year-old programs have requested this language change. I'm happy to provide a list of, or at least numbers. I cannot speak confidently at the moment of exactly what our data consists of, but to the best of our ability, data to the effect of which SAUs have which programs we can certainly have for the work session.
Yes. Well, please, I would like to be, I can go back and listen to what was said, but I would like the specific SAUs that have requested this. And like I said, I respectfully ask that the majority party consider tabling this till we get the report that she speaks of before we go to work session on this.
I just want to clarify, Representative, that this is a public hearing.
I understand.
Okay, so that it's not a time to table, it's a time to hear all the information. We seek questions that will be helpful to us in a work session. And in that work session, it is possible that we table until we get more information. Prior to taking a vote, we want to have everybody have all the information they need. So that, and that wouldn't, this is not the time when we would table at a later date.
Okay, but I do feel that we should have all the information before we full steam ahead with this.
I would hope that we all have the information we need before we take any vote at any time, regardless of the legislation in front of us. I think we do a good job of that, and I would like to see that we continue to do so.
Okay, and Director, could you speak to the fact about Head Start? Does this not cover what you would need through Head Start?
Head Start is not administered through the Department of Education. So I can collect information about Head Start and its relationship to pre-K programming in the state for work session.
Thank you. It's so kind.
Representative Mitchell for it's an odd time to caucus because I have no plan to take any votes related to this legislation, but if you would like to have 5 minutes, I would be happy to give it to you.
Well, can I just clarify that procedurally, we could, okay, we could. It's been doing that today.
There you go.
Thanks. I would appreciate a 5-minute caucus. If you want more, procedurally, we could request, as we did earlier, to go into a work session in order to make a motion, but I would just prefer a 5-minute caucus, and we can do it right in our little freezer.
I'm gonna let Representative Mitchell get her question out because that might be pertinent to the caucus.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you for coming. I myself have been seeped in this for a long time, being on the school board for 3 years. So I appreciate all the questions my colleagues have because it is a lot. And I appreciate all your answers. I also don't want to go back over too much we've already covered. However, I do want to clarify that the current childcare facilities are already have been contracting with the public schools when there's a need, then there's a perceived need for an IEP with a child. So that portion is not new. It would just be expanded in this program. It's for the 3-year-olds if they need it, but otherwise it's not new. We're not creating something new. It's a practice and professionals are already determining whether a child needs an IEP or not. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
You have a question before you want to go to caucus, sir? Senator?
I'd like to ask a question first.
Yeah.
It's more appropriate. Madam Director, nice to see you.
Likewise.
As always. Have there been any discussions with the executive branch about the coming budget and because I see an inclusion of funds like this, because I see that this starts this fall? That's my question. Have there been conversations about funding the needs that would arise potentially as a result of the kind of the opening up provisions in this bill that relate to 3-year-olds?
So we have it, we have extensive discussions with the executive office when we put forward department bills. This particular bill does not have a cost because it is simply a statute change. Because it is all permissive language, it's simply making it allowable. And because the bill takes the stance that we're aware there is not currently funding available for 3-year-olds, that this general ed 3-year-olds, that this is at the desire of a local SAU, and should funding in the future become available, the discussion has not been about funding this bill because there is nothing to fund. Currently, SAUs are aware that if they choose to stand up a 3-year-old pre-K program that includes general ed 3-year-olds, that is at their own discretion and using their own budgetary funds.
May I follow up?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm certainly not disagreeing with anything you said. I
Sure.
appreciate everything you're saying here. Just, it seems to, potentially, by opening up and authorizing using this language, it could potentially lead to mandates, on the local municipalities. So I think that's why we're all trying to figure out, like what kind of cost framework can we get and understand it? Will this lead to, I think a lot of us want more testing to identify earlier students that have potentially, whatever they've got, a speech impediment or hearing or whatever it is.
Sure.
And the responsibility has been pushed down into the of the school systems through FAPE has been pushed down in. So I'm just, obviously we want to get a handle on what that cost might be. And I don't think anyone means to
Sure.
hold it up here, but it does say in here, the startup costs, and I'm still looking, I can't find a definition for it.
So, right, it is, the startup cost is not a specific set of funding that has been identified. It's intended to be a placeholder so that makes it available, should it become available in the future. So perhaps you and I can talk off mic about language that might make more sense. I'm completely open to that for what that phrase may be. I do also want to ensure the committee that the intention is not to create a mandate that SAUs include general ed 3-year-olds in their pre-K programs. The intention is to make it allowable so that SAUs feel comfortable that they are protected by statute should they choose to do that. It is also important that you all understand that the topic of pre-K in our state is an incredibly important one, an incredibly complex one. And the department fully understands that these conversations are ongoing and certainly will have to include discussions of funding and money. And we really intend for this to be a simple step to ease some parts of the process of the growing pre-K climate in our state, and that we would move forward with great caution and intention with our partners and our colleague departments as these conversations continue and as we look at how to best implement the best pre-K programs in our state.
I had Representative Sargent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that it is, I would like to make, no. Would you not agree that there are a number of questions that this language change, inclusion in statutory consideration have brought to the surface? Part of that is, and we all know who have been here over a few years, the complexity that we went through in looking at CDS, trying to fix that. I'm looking at my friend Rita in the back, that they had been trying to solve for decades, I'm told. Now we're in the midst of this transition. And I would like to make certain, and I would like to suggest to the chairs, that any of us that have particular questions in the sort of mess, complexity of this whole area, which this supposedly simple bill have now sort of brought to the fore, I would like to suggest that any of my colleagues that have questions, bring them forth so that they can be passed to you and the department, and basically that those things could be addressed before our work session on this bill. So that, again, the way that they are all entwined can actually be discussed. And I would go on record in suggesting that we, because we do have some time in our schedule to dig deeply in some of these things, that we return to this legislation in a work session after we have heard the report from CDS. I think that's a scheduling issue. It's not loaded. I just think that this is very hard work. We work really hard, bejeebers, on it over the last several years. And so let's just do this right and not develop contention or whatever where there really isn't any, because we're just answering the questions.
That is a reasonable practice that we have done before with the committee, collecting answers, preparing responses.
Representative Lyman.
Thank you. And so my question, which comes out of being invited to a work session from a local school board, I would like to see the question answered that was presented to us at work session in going out and checking to see what 3-year-olds would be in their program within their public school. They found out that there's twice as many as they were led to believe they would be bringing in, and have concerns with the financial responsibility of that. And so in relation to this bill, if statute changes to say that you bring in whatever number there is going to be a fiscal responsibility to it. So at the time when we were trying to address that, is that question a result of there not being statute for them, that they're contemplating, wait a minute, we've got twice as many 3-year-olds that may be facing us in our public school, and we're not prepared to fiscally handle that. What's the state's responsibility going to be? Would the passing of this legislature address that concern that question raises?
This particular bill, no, because this bill still leaves it at the discretion of the SAU as to whether or not they stand up a program for general ed 3-year-olds. The question of identified 3-year-olds is an entirely different one, and I may need to speak with you to get more details of the situation to give you an effective answer in relation to that. Yeah.
So we're going to take a brief few minutes to caucus.
Yes.
And we'll return shortly. Thank you. Okay. Okay, we are going to reconvene the committee to continue with the public hearing related to LD 2114. And doing so, is there anyone in the room that would like to testify in support of the legislation at this time? Anyone that would like to speak in, oh, sorry. Good afternoon. now,
Good
I think.
afternoon, yeah. Good afternoon, Senator Rafferty, Representative Murphy, and members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. I'm Robbie Feinberg, Director of Communications and Government Relations for the Maine School Management Association. I am testifying on behalf of the legislative committees of the Maine School Boards Association and the Maine School Superintendents Association, and I'm offering testimony in qualified support of 2114, LD 2114. You can read my testimony, but I don't want to add any more confusion to what we all already just kind of heard over the past hour or so. But I did just want to note that our associations, we do appreciate the statutory clarity that we do see in this bill, and that it would allow districts, if they wanted to potentially include 3-year-olds in public pre-K. But we saw this as a permissive piece and really only doing this if they want to. We also appreciate section 7 and 8 of the bill as well, which would allow startup funds whenever available to help districts add public pre-K programming and help with that transition for them. We believe that that step would be useful in order to help districts to pay for things like materials, furniture. Also, we would particularly be interested, and I know there's a limited definition of startup funds, but for things like renovation funds or potential structural changes, which can still be a challenge for some districts, and that can be particularly helpful as they take on that FAPE responsibility for 3 to 5-year-olds. I did want to just bring a note to you all. We did have a potential language change that we do include in our testimony that we think would be important. Our only concern, this is on page 2, line 42. And this is section 13 of the bill, and I'll read it quickly. It says that a person who will be at least 3 years of age on October 15th of the school year and is not identified as a child with a disability may enroll in a public preschool program if it is available and the program provides instruction to children who are 3 years of age. We had several superintendents who expressed concern that that language could be interpreted to mean that if a school district has a program providing instruction for any children who are 3 years of age, even if the program is only providing instruction to 3-year-olds with disabilities, that district could then be required to enroll any 3-year-olds in the program, including those without disabilities. This, as we've heard, would not be feasible for many Maine districts at this point. They wouldn't have to take on the responsibility of providing preschool programming in this situation. And we believe that a language change, which we have included in our testimony, would help to clarify the bill. You can see that in there, but basically what we would be encouraging is at the end of that subsection to just add the words "and have not been identified as a child with a disability." We believe that that would help to clarify that this would not add additional responsibilities onto school districts. We've spoken about that change with the Maine Department of Education, and the agency's representatives have agreed that that wording would better align with the bill's intent and would help to avoid any confusion. Thanks for your consideration. I'm happy to take any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Any member of the committee have any questions at this time? Hearing none, thank you very much for your testimony. I would invite any additional testimony in support of the legislation that Good afternoon.
Senator Rafferty, Representative Murphy, members of the committee. My name's Rita Furlow. I'm the Senior Policy Analyst at the Maine Children's Alliance, and I do not have written testimony for you right now, but we will provide it. We have been a long time champion of public preschool for decades. And so frankly, I couldn't imagine how I could not come here and be supportive of public preschool. We totally understand, and we're assuming that this bill was mostly about the legal obligation that school districts are now going to be under for legal responsibility for free, appropriate public education for 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds. We can imagine that there are districts, that there are places in this state where there is no appropriate childcare option for a child. And that perhaps the only option may be, because again, the school district now is going to have legal responsibility, that their only option may be to create a program. So in that context, we understand that need, but we do have a number of concerns and have been hearing a lot of fear from childcare providers who already, a number of them don't feel that perhaps districts may be partnering with them on the transition. You know, as there is no question that their business model has been impacted by public preschool in Maine, across the country. And I would just urge the committee to consider working on this issue broadly and thinking about the implications, because there are numerous implications. Many of us were next door in the Health and Human Services Committee testifying yesterday on bills related to childcare. I asked the committee to consider a subcommittee of your two committees to perhaps look at some of these issues that are completely overlapping and are really impacting one another. You know, as childcare loses 4-year-olds and they are taking care of younger and younger children, the cost of taking care of an infant, and I will get you this report that the department gave yesterday to the HHS committee, is something like $24,000 to care for an infant. But the way childcare providers manage that is they charge much less because they spread it out over all the kids, including 4-year-olds and 3-year-olds. But if they're only taking care of infants, right, and 2-year-olds, financially, it's disastrous for them. So the impacts could be significant. And I just would urge the committee, I know you have, you know, a report that that you received on pre-K. I know there is another report from the Department of Ed on a advisory council that I participated in for several years, and you're going to receive that report as well. I hope you'll consider this in the context of all of the other work that you're doing. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone have any questions at this time? Yes, Representative Hagan.
Thank you. I don't know if I missed something. So you're in support of this?
So I understand the need for some school districts who may, because they now, right, we are moving responsibility for child development. So I'm sorry, I forget that you weren't here for all of that, but we're moving responsibility that used to be with Child Development Services. It's a legal responsibility under the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act to provide a free, appropriate public education. We're giving that responsibility to school districts for 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds. And so, you know, it's possible that there are childcare deserts, as I'm sure many of you hear. There are places where there is just no childcare available. And so a school district may have no option really other than to create a program themselves. That was my understanding of where this was coming from, but.
So just to follow up, so are you suggesting that we should be developing educational programs because of the lack of childcare availability?
No. I'm talking about the children's disabilities. There's a legal obligation that the state has that is being transferred over to school districts for 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds with disabilities.
I understand that.
That's
So
the only.
I'm not understanding your angle.
So, okay, so so one of the other requirements is that it is not good practice to only have a classroom filled with children with only disabilities.
I agree.
Children need to be right with their peers.
Absolutely.
They need to learn skills, right? And so that could be why, right? A district, the classroom wouldn't only be the children with disabilities.
Oh, so to allow those 3-year-olds that are unidentified. Right. Gotcha. Thanks.
Any other questions? Yes, Representative Lyman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just for clarification, Representative Hagan brought up that there, I think, there's going to become a language change because we were thinking that the bill was addressing children with disabilities, but it was actually meant to incorporate that in order to avoid a classroom of just children with disabilities. So, and I'm hearing that it's a requirement of the state to have 3-year-old programs for children with disabilities. However, we've heard in multiple statements and testimony that it's a district's choice to include 3-year-olds. So again, as we move forward with this work, we really need to have clear language that delineates all these areas that we're grouping into one, yet they're technically or legally separate. And I'm just finding it very complex. So I raise it because I think Representative Hagan's question, it brings other questions. So as we move forward, I hope to get clarity. Thank you.
Yeah, right. And I understand, right, that some schools, as this transition's happening over time, right, they're starting with only 4-year-olds. So, yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions? Hearing none. Thanks very much for your testimony. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to testify in support of the legislation? Anyone that would like to speak in opposition? Anyone that would like to speak neither for nor against? We do have some folks online, and I'll read the names. I have Holly Blair, Heather Martin, and Jenny Eastman. I know that this is, I'm not sure if you're still with us, but Holly Blair. Holly, okay, so we're going to move to Heather Martin. Good afternoon, Heather. Can you hear me?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Rafferty. Thank you, Representative Murphy, and thank you all on the Education Committee for really great questions and great discussions. While it's hard conversation, I'm really excited to actually hear us leaning into this because this is not a simple piece of legislation. It actually does bring up some complexities. And I think the complexities are built on a system that was never built in the first place. You know, we talk about childcare and public pre-K in such different forms instead of talking about a continuity of birth through 5. And I think that's where the highlighted challenges happen when we try to move something that should feel simple, instead creates a lot of unintended consequences and complexities. We had highlighted many of our concerns in the 131st legislature when the transfer of the IEP oversight was proposed to switch to, CDS, to public schools. However, we ended up supporting it because we understood that 3 to 5-year-olds needed their special ed services, and they just were not happening on a holistic approach in the prior system. So we understood why this needed to happen. We understood that other states were doing this type of model, so we have examples. But it was a lot of the stuffs in the weeds and the implementations where we voiced our concerns that we still feel have not been approached. We have about 40% of children enrolled in Maine child care programs that are of preschool age, the 3 to 4-year-olds. So it's around 14,000 children who receive their preschool programming in licensed family child care and child care centers, and this does include Head Start programs. So Rita laid out kind of the business model of childcare and why the preschool age in terms of preserving a childcare system is very important to that business model. So I think I have 2 scenarios, and Representative Hagan, I think this first scenario leans into what you were asking about. And what I would use probably is Washington County as an example. So I overlaid a childcare desert area. Much of Washington County is a childcare desert, meaning they don't have enough available slots for the number of children who might need childcare. They also, we know, have many high poverty areas in the county. So a lot of school districts are probably more on the high receiving end for state supporting funds. So what we have asked school districts is to take on special education services for 3 to 5-year-olds. And what Rita laid out is, in FAPE, and what is in best practice is that, if you are going to survey if 3-year-olds with IEPs, we should not be doing this in a seclusion way, which means we should not just be taking just the 3-year-olds with IEPs from that district and putting them into a room together. We should be including regular ed students. So there's that inclusion piece to their best educational oversight that we can provide them. So what I feel this actually does place a mandate on public schools in a way that don't have partners, that don't have the availability to go out in the community to serve these 3-year-olds. It does say we need to create spaces for them. And so I feel like, it's an unintended mandate. I don't think it's intentional, but I think there are school districts that certainly can afford to take on 3-year-olds of regular ed, in regular ed settings and inclusionary settings, but there are school districts who cannot afford to. However, to serve 3-year-olds with IEPs in the best way, that is the way they're going to have to move. I think the second scenario on the flip side and the preservation of childcare programs is that you might have a school district with the appropriate resources willing to invest in 3-year-olds and create a program essentially so that children with IEPs have typically developing peers beside them. That's going to solely follow in those municipal dollars and in that EPS equation. However, there's no requirement for them to partner or try to partner with their 3 and 4-year-old eligible childcare partners in their communities. And this is where we start to create competition over 3 and 4-year-olds, again, as another unintended consequences. Now we have some districts who I feel are doing this strongly and are intentionally working with their community, and they're creating my own school district I'm proud of. I feel like they're doing a good job. They're, next year will be their 5th childcare partnership to expand in this way. But we've seen around the country, and you'll see in my testimony, examples from California, DC, New York. Now, I know those are probably demographically very different than us. We're watching Vermont currently go through a shift of a little more of a universal plus pre-K system. So I'm curious to watch their implementation process. But these, again, these larger maybe cities and communities that did this and, and celebrated public pre-K expansion, and I think we should celebrate that, but at the same time, the implementation did not equitably include childcare programs at the time. So we are seeing DC has now gone back to try to correct some of those fixes when the data started to show we're losing our infant and toddler care because we moved their 3 and 4-year-olds. And as Rita mentioned, a lot of us were in HHS yesterday talking about birth through 2-year-old care. And again, I think it just shows, even between 2 committees, we're talking about a birth through 5 system, but we're not working together as a birth through 5 system. I would support some sort of subcommittee that could talk about this, but I also know you're looking for fixes on this bill. And I think something I would lean into is, you know, sharing maybe some long-term fixes we need to address. And I know Representative Murphy, you talked about maybe additional legislation we can do around this. And I think there's an important opportunity to bring stakeholders in on that. But we need to directly include community childcare providers in the funding for public pre-K. We need to support extended day and year-round care to make this work for working families. We need to monitor the impacts of childcare supply and workforce stability based on the systems we are building. So we need to know when expansion happens in a community, are we seeing the correlation of childcare programs closing down? We need some requirements of school districts to partner with licensed childcare community programs if we're not going to provide a separate funding source for childcare programs to do this on their own. And I think one of the biggest things is we need to consider our structure of government right now to better coordinate through birth through 5 systems. I think we need to consider either a department or an office of early childhood education to better coordinate and braid the funding and resources for a more comprehensive birth through 5 system. And, you know, I think for the sake of the public schools who don't have available and eligible partners in their area, we do need to help fund those pre-Ks in those childcare deserts, again, along with moving a birth through 2 systems. So those are some long-term. I think if in the short term, if this felt appropriate to the committee to move this bill forward, I would love to see and recommend a short-term change that at least the startup grants in this bill, that a district would either have to provide proof that 30% of their spots offered be in eligible childcare partnerships, or they have to get a waiver that shows proof there's a lack of available eligible partners or partners wanting to enter into an MOU with them. I think that's one place we can provide some guardrails in a short term in terms of these startup grants. I know it does say it does prioritize districts that show an effort to partner. I forget what the language is right now. But I think we've been operating on good faith a little too long for folks to do the right thing, and we need to start implementing some guardrails. So thank you. I appreciate you listening and happy to answer questions that I might be able to.
Thank you very much, Heather. Questions? Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Martin, for being here today and for sharing your testimony and thoughts. However, I would perhaps, as a member of this committee, make the suggestion that you share what you have listed on page 3 when we have our very in-depth discussion of child development services in the future. It was my understanding that this bill does not have any funding attached to it, nor does it have language amendments such as you describe about considering 30% to preserve spots with local childcare facilities. So I wonder if we could, if I, as a member of the committee, could make that suggestion to you, and I hope we'll see you when that bill is scheduled for discussion and work session, please. Would love to. Yes, I appreciate that invitation. Thank you very much.
I'm not seeing any other questions. Thank you very much for being with us today.
Thank you. Appreciate you all.
So I have Jenny Eastman.
Laura, is Jenny available?
Yes.
Okay, great.
This is our testimony in here somewhere.
Yeah.
Oops. Hello.
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm echoing some of Heather's concerns. First of all, my name is Jenny Eastman. I am the owner and director of the Willow School. It's a licensed early childhood program in Cumberland, Maine. I live in the community I serve, and I employ local educators, and we work with children 15 months through 5 years old. I am submitting this testimony neither for nor against LD 2114, but to share perspective on how this legislation is implemented and whether it fully reflects the Maine's stated commitment to mixed delivery early childhood systems. I want to be clear at the onset that I support free and appropriate public education for 3-year-olds with IEPs. Maine is legally obligated to provide special education services to children beginning at 3, and school districts need stable funding to meet that responsibility. LD 2114 addresses that obligation. My concern is not with what the bill includes, but what it does not yet require. Without clear statutory expectations around partnership, implementation risks are drifting from the mixed delivery intent the legislature originally established. This matters because of how childcare actually works financially. This is a bit of an aside, but it's a very delicate ecosystem, early childhood. And it matters because and without the statutory expectations around partnership, we risk drifting and preschool rooms will become destabilized. So for instance, preschool classrooms stabilize a child care center financially. The infant and toddler care that we are legally required to provide is a 1-to-4 ratio, right? In preschool classrooms, it's 1-to-8. I still have to pay those teachers the same amount and provide them with the same amount of training and benefits, right? But they don't necessarily generate the same amount of money for the center. Preschool age enrollment helps offset those losses and allows the program to stay open in staff rooms and serve families across age groups. When preschool enrollment is removed from the community without equivalent partnership funding, that impact is immediate. And I'm sharing this today not as an abstract, but as someone who's managing a program day to day. In my own school, the loss of just 3 preschool students in a neighboring district's public pre-K program caused me to lose the equivalent of 1 staff salary over the year. That's about $50,000. And that's a very tight margin that so many of us are operating on. In Cumberland County, several school districts that are frequently cited for strong academic performance have expanded public pre-K without substantive partnerships with community-based providers. This has contributed to preschool program closures, educator layoffs, and increased financial pressure on both families and the early childhood workforce. These outcomes are not hypothetical. They're already here. The reason I support the amendment proposed by Maine AEYC is requiring districts to receive public funding pre-K grants to demonstrate that at least 30% of the services are being delivered in partnership with community-based programs or provide clear documentation about the waiver. The amendment closes a statutory gap by directly tying new public pre-K funding to legislature original mixed delivery, It helps ensure that expansion strengthens existing early childhood infrastructure rather than unintentionally displacing it. And importantly, it would amend the district's flexibility and preserves parent choice and supports a more stable early childhood ecosystem. Thank you so much, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you for your patience, as I'm not accustomed to speaking in front of adults, but 4-year-olds.
Well, thank you for your testimony. Any questions at this time? Yes, I have Representative Mitchell and Representative Dodge.
Yes.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you for testifying. Question, if you can clarify, when you gave the example of losing 3 preschool children to another program,
Yeah.
the the funding that you lost for your program, was it because the parents had been paying for the children to attend your school? Or
Yes.
that was taxpayer state funded money that you were getting, you don't get anymore?
No, we don't. I mean, besides our teacher stipends that we are so grateful for from the state, the Willow School does not receive any money from the state of Maine in that capacity, unless you're one of our CCAP families. That's the Child Care Affordability Program. That loss in revenue was because of parents backing out of their enrollment agreements because they were able to get into a free, right, preschool program. And who can like argue with that? Like, of course, that is a wonderful option, and I fully support public pre-K. But as I said, we work within an ecosystem. And oftentimes it feels as though we're taking one part of the boat, that is early childhood, to patch another part of the boat. The boat is still sinking, right? Just that patch is fixed, but a new problem has arisen. And we have to think about how we can balance the needs of those families who need the financial support to go to work, right? And I had a family on the wait list for CCAP for 8 months. That's insane when all you want to do is make a living, right? That's all the teachers here want to do too. Me too. When students leave, they take with them their tuition. And when that happens, we are operating at a deficit because I still hired these teachers for a year. I still have to pay a mortgage. Those things don't evaporate because a child went to a different district. And what's unique about the greater Portland area, and I'm sure some of you in more high density areas see this, is that just because a child comes to my school doesn't mean that they live in my school district. Oftentimes, parents pick childcare based on what is most convenient for them, right? And so I'm right on the Cumberland-Falmouth line. And so some of my students are from Falmouth. Falmouth laid out a very robust program, and by doing so, excited so many families, but also collapsed several early childhood educators' jobs that have not been replaced. They don't have new jobs. They lost their jobs because there are not enough children in their centers to maintain a salary for them. Sorry if that was long-winded.
So just don't want to lose my answer in the weeds. Thank you. It's a lot of good information. But just to clarify again, the reference to the 3 students, that the preschool children that left your program, they were full boat tuition paying parents. They weren't the CCAP program you're referring to, but it wasn't taxpayer money. It was parent paying tuition money. Okay.
Sure.
Thank you very much.
Not hearing, Representative Dodge, sorry.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. I have a question about the market.
Yeah.
Often legislators hear about the tremendous shortage of childcare opportunities. So I am trying to understand why you were not able to fill those 3 slots with some advertising, word of mouth, and what have you, please. Thank you.
Oh, that's such a great question. Thank you for asking. We operate on a wait list. So our enrollment works on a 12-month cycle. Oftentimes and this is pretty common practice with places such as mine that identify more as a early childhood education center, more akin to a school than a daycare center. So we design a curriculum that lasts for the entirety of the school year, and our contracts for enrollment reflect that academic calendar, right? So when you leave mid-year, you're fishing for people who haven't enrolled other places, right? And oftentimes they're not looking for full day, 5-day week care. They need part-time care. And while I would love to be able to provide that, when having a part-time student actually costs my school more money than having a full-time student, because I still have to carry the administrative cost burden of that student even when they're not in attendance. I can't move the ratios in the classroom. They are set. Those are the legal ratios. I have to have 2 teachers in that classroom because I have more than 10 students. There are also families who can't afford to enroll because while CCAP is a really amazing program, there are so many parents right now that are either on the wait list and have been for several months, or they make just a bit too much money to be able to afford to qualify for CCAP, excuse me. So then that leaves them either making compromises in other areas financially, or it places the burden of care back on the family. Well, in that instance, who's going to stay home with the child? It's going to be the lower earner. That lower earner is typically the woman, right? So it's more women coming out of the workforce to be able to support somebody in their family making a living, right?
Yes. So thank you for that better understanding. And so I think I would say to you, as I said to our previous testifier, that I would love to hear from you again when we go in depth on our CDS situation, if you will.
Certainly.
However, in my mind, that is where I hope to hear that about amendments and things. I am still hoping this can be a clean bill. Thank you very much for clarifying that for me. Thank you.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I believe we've heard all testimony related to LD 2114. And so as I bring the public hearing to a close, I just want to make sure that everyone understands that we have no intentions of all of a sudden having a work session, at 3 o'clock this afternoon. We got a lot of questions to answer. Okay, there's a lot has surfaced today. And we want to do every piece of legislation the justice it deserves. And we will certainly do that moving forward with LD 2114. We'll make it a priority that we have all the information needed for the committee before we put it on our schedule for a work session. So thank you, folks. And you may, it's potential that somebody from the committee might ask one of you reach out or something. I don't really know, but if there's something more that you can add, please do so. All right. But I know that we have an analyst that knows where we are at. There's a lot of questions still out there. And so we'll do the best we can. So we meet everyone's needs. Thank you. That said, we are moving on to LD, I just lost it, 2052. And
This person is still. So they're wondering if we can fill. out the
I can
lines first.
probably get that person up first. Sure.
Yeah.
All right. You just remind me once we get,
Yeah.
there's somebody has to introduce it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we just go online.
Yeah, I'll give Mara a heads up too. That person, just a parent, are they an expert or?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, thanks. Thank you. Good afternoon, Representative Sergeant.
Good afternoon. Senator Rafferty, Representative Murphy, and fellow colleagues of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. I am Representative Holly Sargent, and I represent House District 147, the town of York. I'm here today to introduce LD 2052, a resolve to study the use of technology in classrooms and study safeguards related to its use. I am not going to read my written testimony, but there will be a quiz later, so I certainly do hope that you will. No, just kidding. Because a lot of what I have written in that, you will also hear from others who are going to testify after me. Last session, this committee addressed the issue of cell phones in school. You'll remember it. We heard it was a robust hearing. We had experts, we had parents, we had superintendents, we had teachers, and everyone was basically saying we needed to take some action. We did take some action within the constraint with which we, of course, know we all operate, which is that we cannot dictate to local school districts exactly what they're going to do. So you'll remember that basically what we did is we said, do something. We said, you know, we're not going to tell you what you have to do, but we are telling you that this is an important topic and you need to do something. I am very pleased to tell you that since that time that we initiated that and that bill became law, that many school districts have indeed taken action. Basically, of when the Maine School Superintendents Association and the School Boards Association did survey about what was going on, they found that sort of basically 43% of the schools had already done something, they'd taken action, and over 60% had done either the bell-to-bell ban or the banning of instruction. So it's good. We took some action. During that time, we partnered with or learned a lot from a group of parents who had gathered and created something called Turn the Tide Coalition. Turn the Tide Coalition. I continued to have conversations with this vibrant group of parents, and we turned our attention a bit to the whole question, not just of cell phones, but of the larger issue of classroom technology. And basically, you know, my exposure to some of the readings, etc., on that have led me to being really concerned. And that was basically the impetus, among a number of other things, for bringing this resolve forward. Because it's a huge issue. It's everywhere. The research is everywhere. The comments are everywhere, from Senator Ted Cruz to a writer of the Brookings Institution, all over the place. They're coming forward with these concerns. And what is the research saying? Aha. Okay, basically that the amount of time children and teens spend on screens is, of course, astounding. But it's not only the time that they spend outside of school, but really raising questions about how much time on tablets and devices they're spending in school, and whether or not we even know about that. You know, basically, the arguments and much of this research basically says that EdTech, which was supposed to be a great panacea, my goodness, Maine was on the forefront, the, you know, laptop initiative, you know, that EdTech hasn't delivered on its promises. Basically, they've not produced necessarily deep learning gains. In fact, you know, we are always wrestling with questions about test scores, et cetera, et cetera. Well, there are arguments coming out in the research that says part of the challenges we're seeing on tests across the nation have to do with the amount of time that children are spending on screens in their classroom as well. Basically, this research says technology clashes with how the human brain learns. It's incompatible with the biology and psychology of learning. And I'm certain this will be a big shock to all of the teachers in the room. Human connection is essential to learning. So basically, the amount of time that children spend alone, just connected to their tablet, may not be a good thing. And there is, in some places across the country, evidence of declining cognitive outcomes. So basically, as we began to look at these things, what we really realized also is that Maine doesn't have any data. Because these decisions about local, technology, classroom technology, and the cost of it, what they're buying, the compliance in terms of kinds of safety guards, that's all done at a local level. We don't have any kind of snapshot of what's really happening in Maine. As we look across the country, there are states that are making far-reaching, sweeping bills. Kansas just basically said, limiting the amount of classroom technology in a classroom. We don't really know. We don't know, for example, how much time a second grader, a fifth grader, whatever, is spending and on what subjects. So basically, I put in forth the resolve to try to find those things out, because we cannot make sound suggestions without some kind of data. So, and it matters. So today, you're going to hear from teachers, superintendents, and school boards through our friends, and parents, as well as experts on this issue. So I'm going to wrap up by merely saying why this resolve is so good. I'm supposed to laugh when I said that. Okay. It's so incredibly good. It would give us a baseline so we know what is going on, and it gives us a chance to learn. 2, it sends a message to parents and educators around the state that we see this as a problem. We basically want to know what's happening in their schools and their towns, and basically, how is your child using their device in the school? We want to find those answers. It's good because the MEA, the MSSA, the MSSB, or whatever, all of those, I know I got the letters wrong, all think that this is needed and are pleased that we are going to try to bring some light to it. And it doesn't cost anything. It's a very good point. This could be part of the contract with MEPRI that we have on an ongoing basis. We've been trying to link the work that MEPRI does to actual results and things that we need to legislate on. This would be that. They would undertake this work with the DOE in terms of gathering this information. And it would basically align with what is going on with the AI task force. The AI task force didn't have a lot of attention on AI in K through 12. And this information that we gather for this would be in line with some of the things that are coming forth. So thank you very much for your time. And I appreciate it. And I'm happy to answer any questions that would be relevant for me or, yeah.
Representative Hagan.
Thank you. So I think you can answer this. In terms of the wording in the bill, it's saying that this survey is to get information about best practices for safe instructional technology use for children. What are you thinking that means? What does that look like? What is safe instructional technology use for children?
First of all, it basically sort of means that the survey would also gather the information about what schools are already doing, what things they're applying, and what kind of safety measures they use before basically some kind of educational technology is introduced
Like more
into the classroom.
more hardware, like filters and things like that, or
Somewhat,
time-
but also the,
time on the actual?
yeah.
Okay, so with this, I mean, gathering data can be cumbersome with all the other data that we're gathering, as long as it would be worthwhile if we're actually using that data, obviously. So what types of, uses of that data are you envisioning?
Well, I think that what we would try to do is that MEPRI would look at the information that it's gathering. So for example, a lot of classrooms, a lot of school districts are using a certain kind of educational technology and spending 3 to 4 hours a day in 4th grade on these subjects. Then they would have the opportunity to look at some of the research and the information on best practice in terms of the amount of time that children are spending on in terms of with tablets, et cetera, in school, to see whether or not that aligns. And to be able to bring those, findings back to us, just like the other reports, which is to say, in Maine, this is what's happening. This is sort of what's happening in other states. And also this is what best practice says. And then we decide if we want to do anything about it.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Lyman.
Thank you. So this is a tough one for me because I agree with so much of the position that is expressed within this resolve. But what I struggle with is the fact that I would take on the challenge of having a discussion with any school that did not offer to me, if I was a parent in that program or had a child within a program and went in to inquire as to the amount of time that my child spent on a device in school and could not give me a direct answer, because my 36 years in the classroom, though that changed dramatically from year 1 to year 36 with huge integration of technology into integrated units, there wasn't a single parent that would ever sit with me and say, Mrs. Lyman, what level of involvement is my child having? It is a parent's right. It's taxpayer-funded schools. So my question is, where are we not getting that information? Who's not providing it? I think that's out there. It's expected of parents to know and be informed. And we have to work with those local, wherever it applies, to take care of that problem. So I'm struggling with the resolve piece is all. And it raises a lot of questions for me about, do we need to seek for work session? Do I need to have a better understanding of a school that would say, we can't tell you how much time your child's on a device? They certainly can.
Thank you, Representative. And there have been parents who have spoken to us, and I think that you'll hear some of it this morning, where it has been challenging to get that information. The other thing that I believe parents feel or whatever is that they don't know the research. They don't know that, maybe there now has been findings that says that, if a child is spending X amount of time in the classroom on a tablet or whatever, it might have some deleterious effects. That a lot of parents of young children that I've talked to, they're overwhelmed. They haven't experienced this themselves. They don't know that this is happening. And so what this resolve would do is basically make that information available based on Maine, not telling them what's going on in Colorado or in California or whatever, but that this is what we're finding. And therefore they would have perhaps be moved to say, well, gee, I wonder what our schools are doing. And it would be completely legitimate in that kind. That's why we're trying to do it. We have heard, again, I don't know exactly which schools. I can tell you from my friend that I asked, and she said that she couldn't get a direct answer. Maybe it's the way she asked the question. I don't know. But in the Wells Elementary School, she couldn't get the question answered. So I'm just saying that what our study could do is to say, making this available is important for school boards or school systems to do for the parents so they know what's going on.
To follow up. I think that I need to understand. My question is, what schools are not making it available? Because a school's curriculum and what they're teaching and how they're teaching is supposed to be available to the public. And so I need to have that understanding at our work session. And you said maybe they don't know. Are you referring to the parents or the trained professionals?
I'm talking about the parents.
Okay.
Representative, yes, Representative Murphy.
Thank you. Thank you. And I don't expect you to know this off the top of your head, but I don't know if Director Johnson's planning to testify or not, but I'm reading the testimony from MEPRI. And you said there wouldn't be a cost, but obviously MEPRI has a workload that is assigned. And so in the testimony, it says it would mean less capacity for other projects, including follow-up on work from current or previous studies. For the work session, I would just like to know what is outstanding still, or what those follow-ups might be.
And what the opportunity cost would be.
Yeah.
For taking
if-
this on. Yep.
And if
That's
Director Johnson is
Yeah,
planning
I-
to speak, then fine, but otherwise, thank you.
Representative Sargent, I'm just, let me make a statement here and then we'll proceed, but you have a person that wants to testify that's a screen time consultant.
Yeah.
That it's a time restricted thing.
I think they're in Australia or something.
Well, I've got 5 minutes before we lose them.
All right.
Do you want to move forward with them or just,
Yes. We would like to move forward with them if that's all right.
could you have a quick question? Okay, so this person, I believe, is Emily Churkin. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. She's a screen time consultant here to speak in favor of the legislation. Good afternoon.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Greetings, Senator Rafferty, Representative Murphy, and the distinguished members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. My name is Emily Churkin. I'm a parent, author, speaker, educator. Last week, I testified before the United States Senate about the impact of technology on childhood. And today I am testifying in support of Maine's 2052 resolve to study the use of technology in classrooms and study safeguards related to its use. I want to say up front, I do not accept any funding from tech companies for my work. I am here today with a warning. The enmeshment of technology and education is having a profound impact on childhood and student success, and Maine needs to look critically at the use of educational technology products in its schools. In fact, this should be among the top priorities of this committee. The CEO of a large engineering firm told me recently, we draw talent from top universities around the country, but in spite of their technical skills, these new employees are completely unable to function as humans. They cannot communicate, they cannot problem solve, they cannot think creatively. Today, Maine students, like nearly 90% of American school children, are provided with one-to-one internet-connected devices for learning in spite of growing evidence that increased time on technology decreases learning. It won't matter if they know how to code if they can't collaborate with a colleague to solve a problem. Technology education is needed, but that is very different from educational technology or EdTech products being deployed currently in schools today. EdTech products do not prepare our children for the future. They are extractive, harmful, and unsafe, just like social media and smartphones. And yet, as EdTech products flood our schools, I see three crises emerging. First, we face a learning crisis. Reading and math scores are plummeting. One study found that investing in air conditioning yields a 30% increase in learning outcomes over investing in technology. We are literally wasting education dollars on ineffective products. Second, we face a creativity crisis. A 15-year-old in Kentucky told me that older kids feel like the lucky ones. In an after-school elementary school drama class she teaches, she said to the younger children, "Let's pretend we're flying." And they looked at her and asked, "How?" If children can't pretend to fly, they cannot imagine, and therefore they cannot innovate. Technology access in childhood does not enhance creativity, it kills it. Remember, today's tech giants had analog, play-based childhoods. Finally, the enmeshment of technology in childhood is a crisis for our democracy. When children spend hours being fed algorithmically driven rage bait content designed to increase engagement, they lose the ability to form their own opinions, detect bias, and think critically. Whether at home or school, technology products are designed to hook and hold our attention, and children's brains are especially vulnerable. Unfortunately, tech companies choose not to make these products safer because it would compromise profits. So we must ask, if the business model of big tech and ed tech is fundamentally at odds with child development, and the intrusion of school-based screens into family life undermines the choices parents can make, why are we handing them to children in the first place? This is not a kid problem. It is an adult problem that is impacting children, but parents need help. Any opportunity to study the effects of classroom technology on learning is an opportunity for policymakers to better understand the risks and find different solutions to protect both childhood and a future workforce. When we know better, we can do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from members of the committee? I'm hearing none. Thanks for being with us today and hanging in there.
Thank you.
Have a good afternoon. So I'm gonna go back to folks in the room. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. Yep, go ahead.
So my question that I was directed
Yes,
towards
of
you
course, I'm sorry.
was, I'm really curious for work session to have made available to us the resources that we already have in existence that can address the questions of this resolution. In other words, there's resources out there that can let us know exactly what level of technology is being used in schools, curriculum wise and hands-on wise on children's or students' time on devices. So I'd like to have that. And any district that's contacted, they have instructional leaders or superintendents or whoever, and maybe our Maine School Superintendents Association, as well as Maine principals, can help us with those resources available to answer that question. Thank you.
So,
What's that?
Representative, just what you're saying is turn your microphone. What you're asking is about what we have now. In other words, because I think part of what the resolve is about is that we don't have enough of that. What you're saying is, okay, maybe we need more, but you want to know what we know now.
Turn yours off now so she can turn hers on.
Yeah, yes, I don't think I think it's we need to have that question answered. The ability to have that answered is available now through our local districts, whether it's instructional, that's what I'm asking. If I was to learn that it's very different than what my experience was as a teacher in a classroom for 36 years, I could go anywhere and find out what the curriculum was and what the students, how the students were being taught. So I'm saying those resources are available to us. Does it take this resolve that has a wonderful goal to get that work done? That work those answers should already be available for us. That's what I'm asking. So through Maine Principals Association, the Maine Superintendents Association, whatever folks are involved, and that's their leaders of that, I'd like to hear from them.
Thank you.
Mr. and Madam Chairs, we have another expert who has been delayed, who would like to speak to us online, I believe, if that is allowed.
I'm not aware, but do you know who is it?
Who is it? Andy Liddell.
Okay, if there's no objection, we'll move to Mr. Liddell's testimony, assuming that you are still with us.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you all see and hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much for inviting me today. As I said, as I was introduced, my name is Andrew Liddell. I'm the co-founder of the EdTech Law Center, a consumer protection law firm in Austin, Texas. I'm not being paid to be here today, and I'm testifying in support of the resolve. Thank you very much for having me today. I want to open, and I'm sure you'll hear more about this today, but by the metrics that have traditionally been used to assess educational attainment and youth well-being, the EdTech revolution has failed. In the United States, beginning in 2012, when one computer per child programs went mainstream, the steady gains in math, science, and reading made over the previous 4 decades began to rapidly reverse. By 2025, scores had fallen to levels not seen since the 1970s, erasing 50 years of progress. Youth mental health is worse than it has been in decades. And perhaps surprisingly, given that kids spend a greater portion of their day on computers, it is even the case that kids are less computer literate today than they were in 2018. But why? It's simple. The computers we give to children at school are not designed to help them learn or keep them safe. They're designed instead to serve the business model of the modern internet, in which human behavior is covertly observed and their attention is manipulated for profit. Companies like Google, which pioneered this business model 25 years ago, and whose Chromebooks are the de facto computer of K-12 education, profit by directing the user's attention wherever it makes Google the most money, irrespective of whether that user is a child in school. Indeed, a recent court filing references internal Google documents that show the company intentionally targeted schools to close the 80 million hour gap in viewership hours between any given Thursday when kids were in school and any given Saturday when they were at home watching YouTube. I've not seen the documents themselves, and my firm is not involved in the case. But for the record, this is IndyCal, case 4:22-CV-0347-YGR, document 2480, filed November 21st, 2025, and the relevant portions appear at Blue Page numbers 162 to 197, and particularly at Blue Page numbers 168 to 174. Please read it. So why are kids doing worse at school? In short, they're distracted, but that's unfair to kids and ignores the years-long concerted efforts by some of the most powerful companies on the planet to intentionally manipulate kids' attention away from their studies and toward online videos, games, and social media. This business model harms more than educational outcomes. My law firm represents families whose privacy rights have been violated by edtech companies so hungry for personal information they will stop at nothing to get it, including inventing fake theories of consent to rationalize why it's okay to steal from children. And we represent kids who suffer more immediate harms, including young children who have developed debilitating addictions to online videos, games, and pornography, and some who have been sexually victimized by adults who found them online, all through computers that their school makes them use and that their parents assumed were safe. We live in a world where companies like Google know everything about how and how long students use their Chromebooks, while parents, educators, lawmakers, and the public know next to nothing. I therefore strongly support LD 2052 and encourage you to study how computers are actually being used at school. First, I recommend pulling anonymized logs of network traffic from every school and school district, which will show which websites are being visited during school hours. Second, I suggest randomized, controlled, anonymous surveys of classroom teachers, principals, IT administrators, superintendents, parents, and students, which would ask about things like time spent off task playing games, watching videos, or scrolling social media, exposure to violent images and pornography, including the age of first exposure, contact with adult strangers, unwelcome messages from peers, and experience with deepfake pornography and sexual images of themselves and classmates. As the saying goes, knowledge is power, and it is long past time that we knew more about what is happening on kids' school-issue computers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Liddell. Before I move forward, committee members have asked if you could submit some testimony online. We don't have that currently, and we would appreciate it if you could forward that to the committee. You can do so electronically.
I'd be happy to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone have any questions? Representative Dodge and then Senator Libby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. My question is around the logs of network traffic and if those logs would in any way differentiate time in contact with nefarious folks? Are those log networks detailed enough that a superintendent would be able to make that determination? Because it is my belief that probably students would not self-report.
And they may not, which is why I recommended kind of this broad survey of different stakeholders. As far as the logs themselves go, again, without knowing the technical background of every school's implementation, it's hard to say. I would say there are domains that are of particular concern and where this predation often happens, and it's through this service called Discord and another service called Telegram. And so if you see activity sending information back and forth from Discord or back and forth from Telegram, that would be cause for concern. The logs, again, if it's just purely looking at network traffic, won't reveal the contents of the communications, and so that will be more difficult to find out. However, many school districts also have purported security and surveillance products. Common ones are things like GoGuardian or Securely or Lightspeed. Those might also have flags and traffic that they were able to capture the contents of the communications themselves. And so I guess it's a lawyerly way of saying it depends.
Okay, so you are not able to specifically answer the question then, would a technology supervisor at a district level be able to, if they use a software, protective software, they would not be able to say, go to GoGuardian and find that student X on such and such a device encountered these negative, nefarious sites. Is that correct? Yes or no?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Did I have another question? Yeah, Senator.
Oh, yes.
Welcome and thank you for your testimony. I'll be really brief. I just wanted to know if in the testimony that you submit, if you could tell us a little bit about where you read or what study exposed that students are less computer literate now than they were. I didn't catch the year actually, but 2018. I haven't seen that.
2018.
I have not seen that before, and I'd like to have the resource, look at the study, and try to make some sense out of that.
Okay, my pleasure. This is
Thank
something
you.
that is, I forget the name of the study, but it is collected alongside the nation's report card. So Jonathan
Great.
Haidt and his team have done great work on that, but I'll make sure to pass the study itself along to you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Representative Lyman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to piggyback off Senator Libby, when you include that, the criteria, the specific criteria that gives evidence that they are less literate. Thank you.
I'll do that.
I'm not hearing any other questions. Thank you very much for being with us this afternoon. We appreciate it.
Thank you all.
Is there anyone in the room that would like to speak?
We good to go? Hello, Chairs Rafferty and Murphy, and no longer good morning, good afternoon to the committee. My name is Chelsea Delorme. You may know me from your inboxes. I'm here with enthusiastic support for Holly Sargent's bill, LD 2052. I'm a Mainer and a mom of three. I attended Maine Public Schools from 1988 to Y2K and can recall the excitement around the one laptop per child program. Thank you to the educators and parents in advancing broader conversations about screen use both at home and in schools. We need that partnership, perhaps now more than ever, in new and innovative forms. Because the issues we all experience here are not home versus school or local versus state. The dichotomy is education versus big tech. It's the cultivation of human flourishing versus corporate profits. It's safety versus free markets, and it all needs study. Because the status quo is not serving Mainers, it's serving Silicon Valley. In full disclosure, I am married to a software developer. had kids with him. Our middle child is 8 years old, and I'm providing sort of a snapshot of the interplay between home and school, which technology has exploded. Recently, our son rode his bike home from 3rd grade, and when I told him friends were asking to play, he responded by moaning and collapsing to the floor. He was despondent and unresponsive to snacks, and I wondered if he was getting sick. He couldn't do anything. Then the overtures for an app, a game called Awakening, began. Even though he knows that's not happening in our house. We don't do video games. We also do not have an iPad. We used to have an iPad, but I put it in a filing cabinet and left it there to die because it was so dysregulating to our kids years ago. Currently, our son has the intrinsic motivation, the pure love of learning itself, not only to do optional printed Tangy Tuesday take-home challenge math, but he often creates more math problems on those double-sided sheets. Sometimes that means making new equations until every answer equals 6, 7, but he's doing extra math for fun just because his brain's on fire, and we want to keep it that way. So I said no to this app, and I explained why, something he's heard before, and then he cried and screamed and tried to self-soothe. At one point, he was drawing, a favorite hobby, but quickly slumped over and wailed, sorry, I'm getting emotional. Why does everything feel so boring now? And after 5 hours of this torturous cycle, he cried himself to sleep. It turns out that Awakening unlocks when a student finishes practicing math facts on the Extra Math app. And my math-loving child got the message that this was the way to improve in math, when really the end result was that he could barely eat dinner. Do I think every child is as sensitive as this one? No, I have 2 others in my home who aren't, but that doesn't make Awakening any better. I went to their website and it says in large letters, children learn best through play. As a good friend here today said, John Dewey rolled in his grave. John Dewey did not vet that app. Who did? How and how well? Sadly, just as smartphones degrade human relationships, technology disrupts the partnership between home and school. Overwhelm, procurement contracts, addictive products, manipulative design, data mining, FOMO, and the biggest marketing budgets the world has ever seen are complicating our lives, our learning, and our conversations with each other. We need genuine partnership and transparency. We need to not repeat the same mistakes we all made with social media. This is our problem to solve together. Together meaning parents and educators, everyone, policymakers. As a parent and as an educator, I thank you for taking the pressures off both parents and teachers by studying screen use, efficacy, and safety across our state and creating a shared basis for discussion. Thank you for supporting this important study. There you go.
Any questions from members of the committee? Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. My question is, when you contacted your principal or your technology director or curriculum coordinator and said, how much total screen time might my kid be experiencing in 5th grade? Were they able to answer your question, please?
In person, I got vague answers for years. And again, I have 3 kids. So, this is also across different schools, so different administrators and teachers. In a public forum, it was an iPad information night for, at the time, the 6th grade class. We were told that there wasn't a way to calculate that, in part because screens are used in so many different ways. And I can tell you that didn't sit well with parents. One of the end results of that session was ultimately a letter on the topic of iPads signed by over 100 different parents expressing concerns about the situation. Because in addition, the same meeting, we were also told that the iPads, which there was enough parent questioning and pushback about it in the fall that it was delayed. They were delayed being sent home until the spring, and it came as a surprise to the community. Specifically in that meeting, we were told that there was actually no academic justification for sending them home. It turned out to just merely be a practice for taking care of the device. It was not necessary for completing homework.
Thank you.
Representative Lyman?
Thank you. So I would be curious that when, and you mentioned it was over years, so I guess I'd go with your latest interaction where you sat with the teacher directly, asked for specific information in regards to the time your child was on a computer. And if you were dissatisfied with the response that you got, what is the protocol you can follow to make sure you get your question answered?
That's a great question. And again, to the complexities of things, our district did have a school board meeting this fall where in some cases principals, other cases teachers gave a presentation about screen use in classrooms, but it was highly generalized. And as other parents reported, they didn't feel that it was actually representative of their own children's experience in the classroom. So that brought up questions. And again, like on the transparency piece, there were no sources cited, and the format of that evening wasn't one where there could be a Q&A. In regards to the story I shared today, I would love to say on record that my child's teacher was super responsive. She shared a lot of insight. She also shared related concerns. She's a mom of young kids as well. And we both acknowledged what a complicated situation it is. She also shared that increasingly in this third grade year, more kids are opting not to use the iPads when given the choice, which I found interesting as well.
So to follow up, did you have the opportunity to follow that your last interaction where you didn't get specific information in regards to your child's use to go with the teacher and the building principal so that you did have a process to go through to
Oh,
get
so
that?
I'm sorry. Anyone else hungry? You did ask that. So in my communication with the school, I actually right off the bat included the principal and the assistant principal because we've discussed these issues many times over, now that I think about it, a couple years, 3 more years, more intensely the last 2 years as more, research and shared understanding has come about. And to that principal's great credit, as soon as I read Anxious Generation, he was the first person I went to. And we worked together to talk about how to make it a broader community conversation, which has been happening, but we all have process questions. And I think there are some real complications and difficulties in understanding how procurement and contracts play into these things, and how well-resourced our tech directors really are to handle the constant updates in terms of service of big tech companies, especially when there's such a huge amount of different kinds of technologies that are happening in schools, which goes back to the study because as far as I can tell, none of us, even the people in the building, really have a complete picture.
Other questions? Only once.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thanks for being with us. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in support of the legislation?
I have to first apologize. I don't have copies of my testimony, and I haven't uploaded it because I finished it here. It's been kind of a crazy morning, and I'm just grateful that I made it here, and I'm grateful for the chance to speak to all of you. Good afternoon, Senator Rafferty, Representative Murphy, and members of the Education Committee. I'm here today simply as a very concerned parent. My son is an intelligent 10th grader who loves to learn, but his severe ADHD means his brain doesn't regulate attention or impulses like most. Where many students can tune out distractions or push through, he cannot. Like so many students, he's expected to use study hall to catch up, to refocus, to regulate, but most days that time becomes anything but productive. Instead of engaging with his schoolwork, he and so many of his classmates pull out their school-issued devices and open Minecraft, Roblox, Snapchat, not because they're lazy, but because these digital distractions are designed to hijack attention, and that's especially detrimental to the more vulnerable kids. What's more, most students have learned to bypass the weak school-installed restrictions through private networks that never should have been allowed on school-issued devices in the first place. And even more frustrating, it happens in my home, where I've tried everything to help him stay focused, only to watch him learn how to switch instantly between his schoolwork to appear like he's working, when in reality, he's spent the past hour pulled away by every other distraction available on a device that I did not give him and over which I have no control. Given how much effort it takes just to stay focused, it raises a direct question about what we're realistically asking of our kids, and not just my son, but all students. Is this a reasonable expectation? I've raised these concerns locally with our district IT department, the principal, and school board members, but every time I walk away feeling like I'm speaking into silence. I have to also add, to address your question, Representative Lyman, that I and two other parents, at least that I know of, have reached out on more than one occasion, specifically asking for transparency from our IT departments. Once, personally, I received a very vague response to the effect of, there are parameters in place and we are making real-time decisions to address this. My second inquiry was met with silence. The truth is, they either do not know how to do this, or more likely, they know how but don't have the bandwidth and are waiting for more noise to force the action. Enter this proposed resolve. That helplessness that parents are feeling is heavy. There are hundreds of families in Maine living the same experience, feeling overlooked, dismissed, or just plain tired. What we're seeing in K through 12 classrooms isn't abstract, it's deeply personal and painful. Devices meant to support learning have become constant sources of distraction. Teachers, already overwhelmed, find themselves policing screens rather than teaching. As a result, focus is slipping, engagement is waning, and too many kids are retreating from their schoolwork, anxious and disheartened rather than inspired. This is not a trajectory we should accept. Members of this committee, you took these seats to ask the hard questions, to evaluate whether systems are functioning, and to help create accountability when they're not. This request for transparency and intentional thinking around technology isn't about rules or control. It's about protecting our students and empowering educators to do what they do best in an environment that has fallen short of supporting either stakeholder. We are at a societal tipping point. Awareness of technology's impact on kids' brains and behavior is growing every day. But Maine, like most other states, is struggling to confront this issue thoughtfully and proactively. So I ask again, why aren't we asking the hard questions now? I would be remiss not to also acknowledge the work that this committee has done on LD 1234. And while it didn't solve every challenge, it encouraged districts to confront a problem that had long been ignored. And we've already received numerous positive feedback from teachers and parents grateful that the important issue is being talked about in a meaningful way. Now, LD 2052 invites us to ask a simple but meaningful question. How do we strengthen a system that's clearly struggling to support students' focus and learning, especially those who are the most vulnerable? LD 2052 will provide quantifiable data for Maine that will help form future policy at the district level. Doing nothing is not neutral. It's an endorsement of the current system, and right now that system is failing Maine students. You have the opportunity and authority to change course. I am asking you on behalf of every parent who wants to be here but cannot, please use that authority to bring transparency and accountability to how technology is affecting our children's education. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would also encourage you to forward your testimony to us so that we have it'll register with us so that when we go down the road looking back before work sessions and stuff. It's very helpful.
Okay.
Anyone have any questions? Hearing none, thanks very much for your testimony. Anyone else who would like to speak in support of the legislation?
Oh, all right. Hello. My name is Jimena Guzman, and I'm a resident of Bath. I am here today to testify in support of LD 2052. I am the mother of a 6-year-old who began kindergarten last fall in our public elementary school. Since then, I have been surprised and disappointed by the lack of transparency and consistency surrounding the use of technology in classrooms. Parents have not been meaningfully included in decisions about the devices and digital tools our children are exposed to. This lack of communication makes it difficult for families and schools to work together to support healthy technology habits. It is urgent that parents and educators share a clear understanding of why digital technologies are being used in the classroom and what their use truly means for each child. LD 2052 could be an important first step toward establishing thoughtful and effective regulations around technology in education. I urge you to support this bill so that we can strengthen trust in public education and ensure that the interests of Maine's children comes first. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Yes, Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony and being here today. Is your student a full-day kindergarten student or a half-day kindergarten student? It's a full-day kindergarten student. And what was the answer that you received from the teacher in hours, please, of how much time does a kindergartner spend on a device, please? My principal and teacher, both, they were very kind to talk to me about this after I'd reach out. And they suggested that it's around 50 minutes a day. They were not sure if it was 4 days or the 5 days. That was not a little bit clear. And they were not, when I asked them a little bit further of why this 50 minutes, that seems so, what is 50 minutes? Why don't you reduce that to 0? That's where I started seeing the inconsistency of not replying, this is why, or maybe we could, give you some other options. And for what subject, or was it several subjects? It's just about learning how to read. Okay, reading. Thank you very much.
At that grade, they're not taking it home with them. They just use it in school.
They're not taking it home. I just started kindergarten, but I'm going to span beyond my testimony. It will eventually increase the use of the screens. The schools in general, or at least in my experience, do not talk to parents clearly before you enroll your child, explaining this is what we're going to do, this is how we do it, and these are the tools that we use, So what happens is that parents start telling other parents, I noticed this about my children when they're in the 1st grade, 2nd grade, 3rd grade, or sometimes when they arrive at school with a Chromebook. And then the parents are completely unaware of why they have a Chromebook, how do they use it, when, how, all of those questions. And also, so it's the lack of transparency. I kind of lost track of where I'm going. But if the questions of 50 minutes, every day, there's no question of why or how can we opt out or have other options, and then it will increase eventually, and it depends from classroom to classroom. So it's really inconsistent, even if they try to give you an answer. Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Thank you very much for your testimony. Thanks for being with us. We have other folks that would like to speak in support of the legislation.
Good afternoon. My name is Ellen Coughlin Quinn. I have my master's in public health. As a working mom of 3 school-aged kids, I also wrote most of my testimony here today and will submit this testimony in writing later today. The problem of educational technology is bigger than any one district can solve, which is why we're here today asking for the state's help. At best, educational technology is failing our students. At worst, our children are being exploited by technology companies that design these programs for profit. Before I begin, I want to be clear, I'm not blaming my local school district. Administrators and volunteer school boards face competing priorities and have limited capacity. That said, my concerns became personal last spring through my children's experiences. At age 9, my son reported that classmates were playing Five Nights at Freddy's, a horror video game rated for 12 plus. Again, he was 9. Fortnite, a violent video game rated 13 plus, and watching random YouTube videos during class. I raised these concerns with the school and was assured that our district has one of the strictest technology approval processes in Maine. Whew. The horror game was eventually blocked, and Fortnite was said to be inaccessible, though, as you have probably heard, students do find ways around these restrictions. Meanwhile, YouTube remained available on all student laptops on restricted mode, which was implied to be safe. But YouTube in restricted mode is far from safe. Students can scroll freely on their laptops, unlike when a teacher intentionally selects a video for the entire class. Restricted mode still allows ads, autoplay, and algorithmic recommendations. When I raised this with leadership, I was told to think of YouTube as a library shelf, where some books are better than others. But YouTube is not a library. It's an engagement machine engineered to maximize emotional response and attention. Unrestricted access on student-issued Chromebooks predictably leads to distraction, off-task behavior, and reduced learning. After much discussion, YouTube was blocked on Chromebooks for students under 6th grade, though older students still have access. When asked why, leadership cited educational purposes, and as an example said, think of the 300 band students learning finger positioning on various instruments. They can use YouTube. However, other curricula undergo formal evaluation before use. Why is this not the same for YouTube? And could textbooks or reference materials achieve the same goal? After speaking with other parents who shared my concerns, we decided to be less reactive and more proactive and asked the district leadership directly, how much time are our children spending on screens? And is artificial intelligence being used in their education? On screen time, the district could only provide estimates. But estimates reflect intent, not reality. They do not capture what actually happens in classrooms, where practices vary teacher to teacher. On AI, we were told that there was no student-facing AI in use. But within minutes of time spent on my 5th grader's laptop, I found AI writing tools, AI editing tools, AI-powered search, and ChatGPT. ChatGPT, at its worst, can cause psychological harm, and at its best, removes the productive struggle essential to learning. Leadership at the school level explained that ChatGPT was previously locked down, but something caused it to relapse. School leadership explained that harmful tools can be blocked after the harm is discovered. Even in a district that prides itself on thoughtful technology use, families are being asked to see something, say something. This illustrates how large the influence of technology companies has become and how difficult and overwhelming it is for even well-intended leaders to manage it. It also shifts the burden of vigilance onto these leaders and to parents. I'll spare you more personal stories, though I have plenty, and I'll leave you with this one. My 1st grader, my fiery first grader, recently discovered how to close out of the math in her math learning app at school so she could enjoy the games without the inconvenience of actually learning math. She's in first grade. She's 6. When we again asked for concrete data, school leaders responded that the larger school district community is comfortable with the district's use of educational technology, effectively painting concerned parents as outliers. However, I encourage you to look at the testimonies submitted online by parents in my school district, and they will tell you a different story. These issues go beyond any one district. Parents across Maine are asking reasonable questions, and school districts are struggling to answer. My colleagues here from Falmouth, Yarmouth, Durham, Cape Elizabeth, Bath are among many others. All have their own stories. Protecting children from harm or exploitation is a state responsibility, and state-level action is the only realistic path forward. I urge you to carefully study the use of educational technology in our schools. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions? You can ask one. It was very brief. Representative Lyman.
You. I have to start this because I understand how I must sound to some, but I absolutely empathize and can 100+% relate to the concerns, not only as a parent, but as a classroom teacher for many years. But that being said, I'm struggling with the questions of we have a lot of money invested as a state in agencies that are for the purpose of curriculum, the what of curriculum, the how-to of curriculum. So, and continual reflective practicing on best practices. So my question is, what does our State Board of Education have to say to our present condition with technology in the classroom as well as AI? And I know we're already addressing that in different avenues. What does our Department of Education, what monies are allocated for the professional development, the reflective practicing of technology in classrooms? What's ongoing in our schools? This is not a topic that isn't being addressed. And when I got done teaching, we were always dealing with how much time are we going to lose away from direct instruction on something to because of technology. So I want to see for work session those questions answered. A lot of money is put forth on best practice on what are we doing for our children to keep them safe and keep them moving in a very fast moving world. And I want to hear from them that if this resolve is going to take us in a direction that these agencies are not already addressing, I need evidence of that, because I'm going to be extremely concerned with how many folks are in charge of offering a strong public education to our students if they can't address what we've been listening to today. So I can't stress enough, please don't mistake my questions, because I'm 100% behind this message in regards to impact of technology on our children. I just want to make sure we go about this work in the most efficient and effective way in a very costly field. Thank you.
Thanks, Representative.
I don't
Any
think
other-
there was a question.
Representative Dodge?
There was a question. I can't answer for the Department of Education.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
That might.
We'll let them speak for themselves. Okay.
Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. In our quest for data around technology usage by students, can you just briefly clarify about education technology, quote unquote, and technological education so that our kids will be fluent and capable, and anything that's directly relevant to that in a
nutshell?
Please, if you could. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the question. Educational technology is not the same as technology education. We're not talking about reducing students' technology skills. Technology education means learning about technology, how computers work, AI, not using AI, learning how AI works, coding and digital and other digital skills, typing. Educational technology, what we're here talking about, on the other hand, means using computers to teach every other subject, like math and reading. Dr. Jared Coney Horvath has a great analogy that he says a good way to think about it is maybe you think driver's education should be taught in school. Great. That's not the same as saying you think every other subject should be taught in a car. So educational technology is, I'm channeling some of my colleagues here, is pedagogy, and technology education is the curriculum skills. Did I get that? Okay.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? So I'll ask one only because you said your first grader found a way around something.
Yeah.
And again, I'm not a computer user, so to speak, but no whiz kid. If they're just doing a math app, why would that computer have anything more than a math app?
So interestingly, that's a great question. The app is called Starfall, and the playing is in the app. So she stayed within the app, stopped doing the math questions, and did the avatars, badges, other things within the app. So she was within the app the whole time.
Thank you. And I'm not seeing any other questions. And just a reminder, because some of you escaped without me saying so, would you please sign in? And anyone that has testified at some point, if you would just give that information to us so we have it. And if you haven't shared your testimony, sending it to us, the committee would greatly appreciate having that as a resource to look at. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to speak in support of the legislation?
Hello again, Senator Rafferty, Representative Murphy, and distinguished members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. I'm Robbie Feinberg. I'm the Director of Communications and Government Relations for the Maine School Management Association. I am testifying on behalf of the legislative committees of the Maine School Boards Association and the Maine School Superintendents Association, and I'm offering testimony in support of LD 2052. As Representative Sargent already mentioned, Maine has been seen as a leader in educational technology, and I think we can point to some good things and examples of ways that technology has been good for some of Maine students. We think of how in many rural schools, students now have access to online early college courses, allowing them to develop knowledge in new subjects and pursue interests and passions. Students are learning computer science and also working together to build robots. There's more examples beyond that. At the same time, school leaders, they firmly recognize the growing evidence of the negative impacts of aspects of technology on our students and their mental health. A recent study found that about half of U.S. teenagers spent more than 4 hours per day on screens, and those with higher screen time reported higher rates of both anxiety and depression. 17% of Maine high schoolers say that they have been cyberbullied over the past year. There are other issues as well that we can speak about. Generative AI is obviously a pressing concern for schools all across our state, something that school boards are really working on right now to determine the real harms and benefits and how that should be regulated at the local level. I'd also like to point out as well to you all just right now, I think LD 1234 passed in the last session has led to more discussion of technology as a whole on the local school board level, as schools have really worked hard over the past roughly 6 months or so to look at their personal technology policies. They are really looking at what does screen time look like for our students? They are asking the very questions that I think you've heard today. And we feel that LD 2052 would really help and provide some guidance and information to help these schools as well. As a state, we are spending millions of dollars on devices for our students, and more our communities are asking about their effectiveness and safety. Our associations believe that LD 2052 would provide a much needed opportunity for Maine to come together to assess the state of technology in our classrooms and look at potential future action to strengthen student privacy and safety. Our associations look forward to being a part of this work. Thanks for your consideration. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Yes, Representative Lyman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I would like to, certainly have to do it now, but for work session, have something of an understanding of what our superintendents are presently involved with in leading the professional development and the reflective practicing on the use of technology in schools, because that's certainly got to be a big part of their curriculum business.
Yeah,
Thank you.
absolutely. I would also invite, I don't know if I can ask questions of Elena necessarily, but I would also think the Maine Curriculum Leaders Association might be able to provide a lot of information on professional development there as well. So reaching out to them.
Yes, Representative Hagan.
Thank you. I'm just curious, you work with the organizations that you represent, have you had discussions about, you have some facts of how there's been negative effects. Based on if we have this resolved, we'll be getting more information. Have you had any conversations on ideas of what to do to make changes?
I think that our local school districts are looking at that right now and a lot of this I think is administrators and teachers and especially tech directors kind of working together and determining a lot of that. But I think part of this is I think there is like a lack of information that a lot of districts do have. If you're a small district in northeastern Maine, you probably don't, you may not have access to a lot of the information about some of the very latest. And I think also when we talk about something like generative AI, like I think the best practices are changing almost every single month about how to regulate this because things are moving so quickly in that direction. So I think that's why we feel like this work would be really helpful to help to give a rough, I guess, like level setting for some of our districts to really help them and, give, a basis of information for them to be able to go off of.
Thank you.
Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. I would just ask you to react to this statement, please. In any given classroom, a teacher has probably prepared and planned their entire year out. When the kids study this book, we're going to do this online exercise and whatever. What would your thoughts be about a caution of us being aware that a teacher asked to change that plan will need some time? And we have referenced earlier today about teacher training, like, oh, we've pushed technology, pushed it. Now we want you to consider something backing off perhaps with the amount of time that is given in that way by students. Could you react to that, please?
Would you be able to ask that one more time? I'm sorry.
So, teachers make plans.
Mhm.
The history unit involves watching this, and this on your device. Now we say to the teacher, we're a little concerned because we have analyzed the data, which I hope this bill will produce. And now we're going to look to DOE and our teacher training, universities and whatever, I think, to now, considering the amount of time that we're seeing that kids spend on screens, we need to make sure that we're offering our curriculum not only in these device realms, but also back to some regular instruction. And I wonder if, where you're in touch with practitioners and leaders and what have you, if you could react to that statement.
I think,
please.
Yeah. I think as how you're describing it, I think that the decision to just say we don't want screen time. I think there would have to be more shared by the superintendents and principals around that too. And there would have to be more conversation about what would be replacing that and why that would be better as well. So I think that it's like I think a really valid question of like teachers are doing a whole lot of work and are preparing things. And so I think making any change, I think you couldn't necessarily just go, okay, less screens, we're just going to cut it out completely. I think there would have to be something valid to go in there. And I think there are lots of things you could look at. The state's really invested in outdoor learning over the past 3 or 4 years. And I think that's a great example of something, and the play-based learning that we've seen of replacing that. But obviously that's more tricky in like a high school classroom. But I think it would involve both saying we want to do less of that and also saying here's what can come in place of that. And would this be better for you, teacher? I think it's a big conversation that would have to be had.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you. Not hearing any other questions. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Oh, yes.
There was. We're just getting caught up on those, I think. Is there anyone else in the room that is looking to speak in support of the legislation? Anyone that would like to speak in opposition? Anyone that would like to speak neither for nor against? Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am Amy Johnson from the Maine Education Policy Research Institute, and I am here to speak neither for nor against. This is our practice when we are named in a bill like this, is to just come and speak to process and feasibility. So I'm here. I'm not going to read the whole testimony. You guys have been out a long day. I am here to sort of say, if asked, we certainly are willing to conduct this study and talk about the logistics of how this would be in our work plan. I believe, Representative, you were getting at this earlier. So as a reminder, we have an annual process for our work plan. We have a fixed amount of resources. For this current year, we have 3 reports coming your way. They're targeted for February and March. This topic would be going into our next year work plan. So that conversation will be coming up for you in hopefully March, April. We'll be meeting with our MAPRE steering committee to start that process in February. And then we bring to you what we think would be some good ideas for you then to add your own ideas, do your own prioritization of what you would like to see us study in fiscal year 27. So if this were to be passed, these resources would sort of come off the top and reduce whatever's left to study other things. So you mentioned opportunity cost. That's exactly the words I had written down as a way to frame it. I think that covers the gist of it. Are there any questions for me about process or MEPRI's work on this resolve? I guess the one thing I would like to say is that what we do when we are named in a bill like this is we do try to follow the conversation so that we're intuiting policymaker intent, because that's always the challenging part, is to make sure we got what it is we're being asked to do. The one thing I would like to clarify right now that we'll revisit when it comes to the work plan conversation, I don't need an answer, but I'm assuming that in this work, what MEPRI would be doing is simply gathering this information. It's sort of a snapshot landscape. This would be information that we would be giving to policymakers. It'd be available to superintendents, but our work would not be a litany of every single school district and what their practices are. And it wouldn't really also be saying whether practice X is good or bad. It would be saying, this is the landscape, this is what's happening out there for then policymakers to decide whether or not they feel like that's a concern. So that's our anticipation going into this, and we would have further opportunities to clarify what it is you would like us to study if this resolve is passed.
Representative Hagan.
Thank you. So I heard someone mention fiscal responsibility earlier. So is this like within I'm assuming you're like contracted for certain, is this an extra? Is this within what you would be doing for your paid?
Our assumption is that this would be assigned to us in our work plan as a way to not have any additional costs.
That's what
And so we have a fixed pot of money. The budget is $250,000 a year, which it's been for a long time, just FYI. And the University of Maine system also contributes some of that. They pay for a portion of my time, a portion of Janet's time. So there, we have a bucket of money. We can do a certain amount of work with that, with our resources and our staff. And so if you pass this and put it in our work plan so that there's no additional funding, then there's less other stuff we could do for you.
Thank you.
Not hearing any other questions. Thank you very much. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
So that said, I am going to call this public hearing to a close. And I believe we have completed our work for the day, so I will move for adjournment.